Yep. Okay, cool. I'm glad. Okay. Thank you guys for letting me know too. Thank you guys for letting me know too. Cause yeah, it's a really old game, and GOG has done a lot to improve the quality of the experience, such as one of the things they did that was nice is the original game, if you played it in windowed mode, was windowed mode. But the GOG update made it to where the border was removed. So putting it in windowed mode, it's just windowed borderless mode, which is actually really nice. Us streamers, I don't know how many of you guys do windowed borderless, but it's like a go-to for me while I'm streaming.
Resident Evil.
So here we go. We are going to start the cutscene, and we're doing Jill. Here we go. In all of its glory, guys.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we're searching for the helicopter of our compatriots Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of our mission.
You haven't found it?
No, I haven't found it yet. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. Bravo Team went to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
Look, Chris!
4:3, the divine ratio. Because it's fleshy. It's fleshy.
It was Bravo Team's helicopter. Nobody was in it. But strangely, most of the equipment was still there.
I love that yellow hair
However,
on
we soon
Wesker.
discovered why.
That's not blonde. That's yellow. He's out there like the God Slayer. It is called a zombie kiss, Moon.
Hey! Come here!
Joseph!
No! Don't go!
Such a bizarre intro. Yeah, no! Don't go! Dude, Wesker with that Magnum is a bad dude.
Chris Redfield. Jill Valentine. Barry Burton. Rebecca Chambers.
This is where it all began, guys. 30
Alvin
fucking
Wesker.
years ago.
Resident Evil.
Where they thought it was safe. Yet,
What is this? Wow, what a mansion!
Captain Wesker, where's Chris?
Stop it! Don't open that door!
But Chris is...
What is it?
Maybe it's Chris. Now, Jill, can you go?
I'm going with you. Chris is our old partner, you know.
Okay, let me handle this. Stay alert.
You only played the remake? What's up, Stug? And what's crazy, the GOG version, they added door skip. So every door I open, I can actually skip it with a button.
What? What is this?
This is zero mods, though. I could have downloaded like some mod packs to update the visuals, upscale the backgrounds, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to leave this as authentic as possible. For what we're trying to do, I think I'm going to just leave this as authentic as possible. You've never seen the remake, Bite? It's considered like the best remake of all time. And here's a little thing a lot of people don't know about. Do you guys know, there's the famous Resident Evil zombie get up after eating the body cutscene? There's an alternate cutscene. Do you guys know about the alternate cutscene? Yep, the routing is different, though. The routing is slightly different. A lot of people don't. Okay, so you go through, typically you go through this door and you encounter the first zombie, and it does the quintessential like Resident Evil introduction, and it's the first zombie you see in all the games, and it's very famous. But if you come back here,
investigate if you hear any gunfire.
yes, the dialogue is masterful. Then, after you get inside, you try to do it again, and then Barry's going to tell you about something about courage, I think.
Lost courage already? It's not like you.
Then,
Who is it?
here we go.
Hey, you! Stop! Run, Jill! He's insane! What the hell?
Let's report this to Wesker.
Run! He's insane. Also, keep in mind that a police officer just decapitated a person for walking at his partner with outstretched arms. And then we head over here. I don't know if we grabbed this yet. But, no, yes, I'm going to go this way. Oh, that's right. We got to report to Wesker. So after that, we report the zombie to Wesker. That made you cack. Exact. How I missed the square blood splatter. Dude, it is glorious, Bite. There's a game that I play called Pigface, and all the gore chunks are squares, and I love every bit of it. Okay, so if anybody can listen and hear, you can actually hear the compression crunch on this music if you have headphones on. It kind of bugs me a little bit, but I turned the volume down so it's not as bothersome. You bought that game since I recommended it? Dude, it's a load of fun. If you literally just want to unwind with violence, it's great. Okay, so we need to go upstairs and then go back downstairs.
Find anything, Jill?
The voice lines in OGRE are fucking peak. Hell yeah, they are, Stug.
I can't figure it out at all.
Beats me too.
Barry should be jailed if we
Now
apply
it's
laws to
Wesker's
this.
time
Yes,
to
Moon.
disappear. I don't know what's going on.
Well, it can't be helped. Let's search for him separately. I'll check the dining room again.
Okay, I'll try the door on the opposite side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could get into trouble if we get lost. We should start from the first floor, okay? And Jill, here's a lockpick.
Yep, dude, Kanan Lynch is a great one.
You, the master of
I
the
don't know if I
lockpick,
could play
take it with
Kanan
you.
Lynch 2 anymore because of all the visual noise. Manhunt is a classic,
Maybe I'll need it.
and I think an oft misunderstood game.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. This time I'll be there.
So I'm gonna be a little. It's gonna bug me a bit, but there's gonna be some things I talk about that Balk talks about a lot too. Balk Basoop, great streamer. But so this is one of the things that I miss about the modern Resident Evil games, and I'm really curious about the remakes. And I think the remakes are gonna really be it's gonna be noticeable, and I can point this out is having music like this in the background is slowly going to disappear from the franchise. I like to violently relax. I do, Stug. As gamers, I think we all understand that sometimes you just want to unwind by like throwing a brick in a person's face. And like that's not nice to do. Like that's completely disrespectful, but like there's some type of like catharsis that comes with it. So in a video game we can play like Condemned 2 and like throw a brick at a guy's face and then like feel a little bit better. Every room, Psycho, that's a great thing to bring up. Every room in the original is larger than it is in the remake. As the games went on, you'll notice they start to shrink. They start to shrink the environments to make them more oppressive and a little bit more claustrophobic. Okay, so we are going to equip our gun. Jill has 8 inventory slots, which will make this pretty convenient. Yeah, the typewriter is in different locations too. And there's a few routing changes to the game. I think I should grab this. Yeah, let's take the emblem. You prefer the RE1 remake over the OG? He's Kenneth from the Stars Bravo team. I like how they just show his legs removed. Now he's become a mere shadow of his former self. Usually he has ammo. Looks like a picture of this mansion. I could have sworn this guy had ammo on him. Okay. Yep, you see the door missing? Yep, Stug, after I beat this, we're gonna start up the remake version of the game. In remake, there's a door here, and Psycho knows what I'm talking about. There's a door here in remake. And in remake, there's a door back here. And there's no door in the OG. But see how you have like music in the background? It's a map of the first floor. I've played all the mainline RE games except Code Veronica and Revelation games. I don't know if I'm going to play Revelations, but I am going to play Code Veronica. See, you have used the lockpick. Chris would have needed a small key for that door. This is often considered one of the scariest rooms in video gaming history. Moon, you made a clip of that? I love it, Moon. So... That was a terrifying room to children. Poop pants moment there? Yep. Clip taken. Also, I think Chris doesn't start with a gun. It did, Moon. And then you'd get things like this where you walk through the door and then the camera's like this. You can't see anything in the room as to where you're going, and it's dead silent. Freedoms, that's Resident Evil. You just nailed Resident Evil. Okay, so that's armor key door. Just look at Leon the Sex Kennedy, Freedoms. Nothing useful. I don't know. I'd say that's pretty useful. I don't know about you guys. I can think of a lot of uses for that thing. And I could have sworn there was something to do in here. Is this literally just an empty room? I could have sworn... Am I having, like, remake confusion? Oh, no! Stug, I like how the old games balance both. What I'm saying is like, for instance, the old games give you the save reprieve. Whenever you find a save room, you feel like you get a little break. You can take like a breather and like take a sigh of relief. Like, oh, you know, oh man, I made it to that area. You know, like I can take a break. Or the action kicks up. It's just the music kind of goes away in the newer games. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. I just realized I was like an hour into stream and I hadn't even like gone to the bathroom yet today. I just kind of sat in front of the computer and started streaming. The fact we had saves when these games came out was huge. That was so overlooked. That's so, yeah, exactly. You know what also funny, Bite, is there's a funny video I saw where a person had a 3.5 floppy on their desk and their kid was like, "Oh, Dad, you 3D printed the save icon." And he just kind of died inside. And thanks for the bits, Bite. But even, yeah, because the thing is, Psycho, like, I think when we get through this room, we're going to get some music. And if not, it's still like we're eventually, see, the tension is building. I actually like how understated the gun sounds are in this. I unlocked it. Oh, shit. Why is he being, this dude's being a jerk. Okay, dead. Okay, we're yellow fine, which is still good. So you get the foreboding music. And we go back. It goes away for the save room. And then we have our item box back, which is nice. In Resident Evil 0, we were forced to drop and leave items on the ground and have to run around the map relocating them. And I'm glad that that's not a thing right now. I'm just going to play it safe right now and just dump everything in there. Does this not have ink ribbons? I'm so confused right now. Does this version of the game not have ink ribbons? I'm super confused right now, guys. I'm really confused by this version of the game. As you may know, there are many plants that have medicinal effects. Since ancient times, humans have been healing wounds and diseases using various plants. In this book, we're going to sample 3 herbs that grow around the Raccoon Mountains and give their outlines as examples of those plants with medical properties. Each herb has different colors and different effects as medical plants. The green one recovers physical strength, the blue one neutralizes natural toxins, while the red herb does not have any effect by itself. The red herb is only effective when it is mixed with other herbs. For example, if you mix this herb with the herb that recovers physical strength, the recovery effects will be tripled. By adjusting the amount and experimenting with these 3 herbs, you can create various kinds of medicines, but I'll leave the details in your hands because that's the best way to acquire true knowledge. Like, is this weird? Yeah, we talking herb, Fuff. Before this game takes place, Psycho. It happens before this game takes place. I'm like really confused about this whole no ink ribbons thing. Where's my phone? Give me a second. Apparently, on your first time through the game on the PC version with Jill, there are no ink ribbons. Apparently, this is how the original Japanese version of the PlayStation title works, but the original North American release, due to rentals being a thing in the US, they removed the feature and made Jill a harder difficulty. Okay, so Jill gets us on the original release and on the PC version of the game, Jill gets a second playthrough where she gets a harder difficulty. In North America on PlayStation, the harder Jill difficulty is the base playthrough because they didn't want people getting an easy playthrough while they were renting the game. What is up, Ryan? I just learned something about Resident Evil. Did you hear my little spiel, Ryan? Did you know that, Ryan? That there's no ink ribbons in the OG with Jill? See, I'm just so I was a console. I've been playing that version for 30 years, Ryan. I've been playing that version for 30 years, and I had no idea that I was like playing a harder Jill playthrough. Oh yeah, if you didn't know that, Void, it was a big thing because North America was one of the few regions that allowed video game rentals. I think Europe allowed them as well, but we Europeans asked for harder difficulty settings. There's frequently old Nintendo, NES, and PlayStation 1 games frequently would have 3 different difficulty settings. Metal Gear is also known for this too. Mega Man is another one. Ninja Gaiden is another. But what they would do is because America had rentals, they didn't want people being able to pay like $3, take a game home for the weekend, beat it, and not have to buy it. So they intentionally inflated the difficulty of North American games so that you would have to own the game to get through it. And yeah, I think most people played director's cut. That's what I've heard, Ryan. I also heard the music is ass in director's cut. Um, for instance, in Ninja Gaiden on the original Nintendo Entertainment System, getting hit by an eagle in the Japanese version does 1 point of damage. In the North American version, getting hit by an eagle does 4 points of damage, and your health total is like 20. So, like, going from 1 damage off of that to 4 damage off of that was fucking insane. And the damage spike between the two versions is crazy. And most speedrunners, that's actually why a lot of speedruns use the Japanese version. There's like 2 reasons. One, text. Text, you can condense dialogue using Japanese kanji. You can convey more concepts in a shorter amount of characters. So typically there's less dialogue to mash through. And then the other factor is they're typically easier versions of the game. You rented Twisted Metal 2 enough times to buy it 5 times. That's how I was with Streets of Rage. It got to a point where my mom got me Streets of Rage just because we rented it so much. And she was just like, well, if I buy the kid the video game. That's where I came in. I'm still like looking for ammo though. The thing that's bugging me is I feel like I'm not getting like any ammo. I feel like there's less items. Or is it it feels like there's less items because those items are ink ribbons. What's up, Ghost? Yep, exactly, Mike. Save $3 every weekend. 10 weekends, that's $30. Oh, thanks, Ghost. I could probably just load my game. Dude. Everything is an armor key.
Barry!
Jill, what's going on? Any clues?
No, but something's wrong with this house.
Something is wrong with this house.
This hall is dangerous. Maybe it's better to secure our escape route first. There must be a back door somewhere. Let's try to find it first, shall we?
Okay, let's separate again.
Just a moment.
Just a
I found
moment.
something.
What is it?
It's a weapon. It's really powerful, especially against living things. Better take it with you.
But how about you, Barry?
I have this.
I
Thank you.
have this.
I'll take this then.
Bullets, my only weakness. It's Forrest. He's been pecked to death by crows. This is my thing. If they made Forrest Rebecca's partner in Resident Evil 0, I think it would make more sense. That is not a bazooka. No, it's a grenade launcher. Welcome to 1996 video gaming, Mary. Here's another one. You can tell that they had plans. This is where it gets really interesting, Mary, and anybody else who hasn't played Resident Evil or Remake. Remake was made by like the team that made the original, and they brought it back to life with the original intended vision. And that's why Resident Evil Remake is heralded as like one of probably the greatest video game remake of all time. And part of the reason is there's like vestiges. You can see where like the add-on content is missing from the remake. And this is one of them where it's like you have this double door here. There's a walkway here. The camera angle changes. But why? There's nothing here, and there's no reason to be here. And you'll notice in Remake, there's a door over here. Oh, thanks for the niche quote. Are they like ever gonna get over here? There we go. Please die. Please die. That's death. And he just started eating her butt.
Resident Evil.
Yes, you did, Freedoms. That's you start. I love it, Psycho. Yeah, so I'm in this weird place where like I have like no fucking ammo. What's up, Use? And I forgot about that. Hmm. Difference between these games being horror, survival, and action horror is ammo management. More ammo you have, less scary the game is. Agreed. Agreed. And just overall inventory management.
Barry!
Jill, what's going on? Any clues?
No, but something's wrong.
Because that was like the big
house.
problem with Zero, was in Resident Evil Zero, there were no item boxes. So there was a point where I got towards the final boss of the game and I wanted my Magnum ammo, and I realized my Magnum ammo was laying on the ground on the other side of the whole game, and I had to lock down Billy and have Rebecca snake her way across the entire map to pick up the Magnum ammo and bring it all the way back so I'd have it for the boss fight. Whereas in these games,
I have this.
I have this.
Thank
You'd
you.
be able
I'll
to
take this then.
put the items in an item box, and then you can retrieve them from any item box. Do I really need that armor key? Okay, so I can get the bazooka. No, he didn't. He's got pythons to hold that cold python. I could use the bazooka to clear out some of these zombies. Well, that was easy. Come on. Locked. Helmet. Numeric key panel. I don't know the pass number. See, now we're back here. See, and this is what separates this game from Resident Evil 0, is I can come in here and retrieve any of these items out of the item box. And you get this goated music. Rip my zombie, she got hit by a bazooka. Yep. I didn't think I would love these games as much as I did. Was never a fan of scary games as a kid. Now after playing the series, I've bought so many others. Dead Space is so good. And Silent Hill, chef's kiss. Which Silent Hill games have you played, Tier? This music is peak nostalgia for me. Rebecca hides out in this room on Chris's playthrough. Silent Hill 2 Remake is amazing. Even Majora's Mask is kind of a creepy game. Shit. Dude, there's so many armor doors. This, I think I need, yeah, that's the room I need the fertilizer for. Dude. Use the lockpick. Okay, now I got some ammo. We're gonna kill some zombies. There's shotgun ammo in here. Is this itchy tasty? Oh yeah, Machina. This is my first time playing the PC version, and it's the GOG version, so it's got some extra quality of life changes. How you doing, Machina? Zombies stand with their hands at their side until someone shows up, then they put them out in front of them. Not until then, though. Yes. Different people have different opinions. Tier, I think 3 is the best. Keeper's Diary. May 9th, 1998. I might go back and play. Apparently, as I've been reading Machina, the US original release is the hardest version of the game. I didn't know that was the version I was playing for 30 years. So we're playing Jill, and it's been kind of smooth sailing so far. Game runs really good though. And what's up, Rin? May 9th, 1998. This was the future back then, because you gotta remember this came out in 96. May 9th, 1998. At night, we played poker with Scott the guard, Alias, and Steve the researcher. Steve was really lucky, but I think he was cheating. What a scumbag. And what's up, Rin? How are you doing? Today, a high-ranking researcher asked me to take care of a new monster. It looks like a gorilla without any skin. They told me to feed them live food. When I threw in a pig, they were playing with it, tearing off the pig's legs and pulling out the guts before they actually ate it. May 11th, 1998. Around 5 o'clock this morning, Scott came in and woke me up suddenly. He was wearing a protection suit that looks like a spacesuit. He told me to put one on as well. I heard there was an accident in the basement lab. It's no wonder those researchers never rest, even at night. Not so great today. Everything is just really piling up, but not all days can be winners, so we persevere. I appreciate the mindset of persevering, and I totally hear you on the not all days can be winners, but it seems like you've been hit with a lot of those lately. Very stressful days lately, but we do. It seems like everybody's having the very stressful days, but they'll manage. I hope everything just kind of smooths out for everybody. 2026 has been a roller coaster. It hasn't been great. It hasn't been bad. It's just been a roller coaster. May 12th, 1998. I've been wearing this annoying spacesuit since yesterday. My skin grows musty and feels very itchy. By way of revenge, I didn't feed those dogs today. Now I feel better. May 13th. I went to the medical room because my back is all swollen and it feels itchy. They put a big bandage on my back and the doctor told me I did not need to wear the spacesuit anymore. I guess I can sleep well tonight. When I woke up this morning, I found another blister on my foot. It was annoying and I ended up dragging my foot as I went to the dog's pen. They have been quiet since morning, which is very unusual. I found that some of them had escaped. I'll be in real trouble if the higher-ups find out. Even though I didn't feel well, I decided to go to see Nancy. It's my first day off in a long time, but I was stopped by the guard on the way out. They say the company has ordered that no one leaves the grounds. I can't even make a phone call. What kind of joke is this? 2024, 2025, 20... Yeah, Machina. Not much, Kill Switch. Just enjoying it's one of the great OGs of survival horror. I heard a researcher who tried to escape from this mansion was shot last night. My entire body feels burning and itchy at night. When I was scratching the swelling on my arm, a lump of rotten flesh dropped off. What the hell is happening to me? Fever gone but itchy, hungry, and eat doggy food. Itchy. Scott came. Ugly face, so killed him. Tasty. Itchy. Tasty. Nothing special. Okay. And now we're back in one of the starter hallways. I've used the lockpick. We have to... Oh, we're gonna grab this. Where is the thing with the tiger eye? Do I go all the way back over? I need the crest. Do I need a key for the door that I use the eye in? No, it's right there. Why couldn't I run there? Okay, we're going back. That's why you're supposed to wear sandals in the shower. Are you really supposed to wear sandals in the shower? Bingo. One of the key items to get out of the mansion. What is up, Lady Justice? You got your tooth cleaned today? I need to do that soon myself, Stug. Like in a hotel? Is it because like weird like bacteria or something bite? This is so nice being able to skip the doors. Dude, Rin, I completely second that. This 2026, dude, honestly, Machine is right. The last 3 years have just been an absolute roller coaster, going up and down in terms of quality of life, happiness, all sorts of things. And it's just been interesting. And I'm really thankful that Twitch is here because it is kind of a stable bedrock. There's like a consistency to Twitch that I really appreciate and I look forward to every day. And it's like we all kind of have our roller coaster, but I feel like that's the thing is on Twitch, we're kind of sharing that burden a little bit and also distracting each other from that burden. So it kind of feels like we're leveling out. I forget if I have to mix the chemical. So I'm just going to leave it there for now. Given that 2016 was 10 years ago, I'd say it's been a solid decade. Yeah. Yeah. All I wanted was to be left alone. and to be with Gaseous. But no, the powers that be just has to be constantly getting up my ass about stuff that doesn't concern them. That, Lady Justice, I can understand your frustrations there. Imagine if you were playing this game and you had to sit through all the doors. So I'm guessing RE2 GOG version is going to be very similar. Jill can play. Chris has to get Rebecca to practice. I'm looking forward to finishing up RE2 Remake Pure Extreme. Yeah, I could see that being stressful, Stug. And you put the wooden one in, and then you can leave. And then we can go back to the dining hall, and I think that's where we use the gold one, and it moves the clock, I think. Yes, I'll take the mansion key. And then we check it. As a carving of a shield. Now we have to remember where all the shield doors are. Armor. RE2, RE3, and RE4 remakes are super fun. The RE3 remake is the weakest. Oh yeah, because they didn't have... What made RE3 special was the choices and the various routing options you had going through the game. And to my understanding, they removed all of that. So in removing most of that, it kind of boils the game down to like almost like a 3 to 5 hour game with not very much replay value. And that sucks. Armor. Helmet. I can solve this puzzle now. Picture of a young man. No. Infant. Spam. Lively boy. No. Bald looking old man. No. Newborn. No. Tired middle-aged man. No. The title is All Living Things Are Destined to Die. Okay, so it is picture of a newborn baby boy. Yes. Infant, I believe. Lively boy. Young man. Tired middle-aged man. Then the old man. Santa Claus. Queen, what's up, Queen? I wonder if there's a storage boxes mod for RE0 for PC. That's a great question, Stug, because they might have been able to mod it in off of the RE remake code. You know what? I'm going to save it. Actually killed him. And that killed him. Nice. Come on. I know you're still alive. Got him. With the shotgun. You can aim up and you can aim down, and it's really tricky to get headshots. But with the shotgun, you can just sit there aiming up, wait for the zombie to get to the right distance, shoot, and it'll just blow their head off. Right, the numeric key panel. Trying to kind of remember. I could have sworn he had a clip of pistol ammo on him. I'm trying to remember how you get the armor key. What's up, Gandalf? How are you doing today, dude? Can I grab this now and just let Barry save me? I'm gonna go save it and then try. And then I thought we had to mix the chemicals for killing the plant, but maybe I'm wrong. I think it is just the chemical. Okay, so let's try to do this again. You eep? Get yourself some rest, Doug. I know you're going through a whole lot. Jill sandwich? Yeah, Jill sandwich. Is it, can I get him to save me here and just get this knocked out of the way? Let's just try it. I saved it. Did I screw that up? That's a Jill sandwich. What triggers Barry to save you here? Still, I can't even remember the last time I like shaved.
Resident Evil.
October 14th, 2023. I know it was December. Maybe 2010? I think December 2010. No, December 2009. December 2009. I shaved for a food sanitation course. That water kind of bugs the fuck out of me. You hate baby hair, so you shave him off? My mom shaves every day, she says. Oh man, that fucking water, yeah. I think that's the armor key. Dude, that fucking water. Dude, tier. In all of its glory. That's one of my it's one of my all-time favorites tier. It's one of my all-time favorites. Okay, so I have an armor key. Shit. There's the broken shotgun. See, and then we can do this. This is what makes the item box so convenient. Whoop, you can just go boom. I think I'm done with the shield key. Dude, Machina, this music is so good. I was talking about it a bit earlier, how like that's one of the things I feel like this franchise has kind of abandoned is this. There was a thing when we were younger, Machina, music and video games, and what's up, Callie? Music and video games was made to be actively listened to. You can actively listen to this song and enjoy the music for the music. And I feel like nowadays a lot of video game music is made for passive listening, and it's made to be something that's kind of in the background that you feel, but you don't necessarily like listen or hear or pay attention to. And early Resident Evil has this nice amount where it's kind of both, and they weave back and forth between the two of them, where you get this really cool, right now, this sense of solace we're getting from this wonderful save room theme. One of my favorites of all time. And it can get contrasted by more tense sounds happening elsewhere in the mansion, or the deafening silence that you encounter some of the time. And what's up, Wheels? Time to start going around and opening up armored doors. If I don't get fucking bit on by zombies. Thanks for all the shout outs, Machina. Yep, exactly. Exactly, Machina. The auto aim on this version is ridiculous. The North American PlayStation version, they got rid of auto aim. I think that's the wardrobe key or something, maybe. I know that's where you go to change your outfit when you beat the game and you unlock the extra outfits. I saw a new randomizer name you may appreciate, Moog in place of Magma Worm, and the randomizer titled it Mogma Worm. That's awesome. That's awesome, Ren. Yep, it's just a mountain of green herbs. Then you put the broken one on. And now we have a shotgun. Ho, ho, ho. Helmet key. I think you get the helmet key by Plant 42. I think it's called Plant 42. What's up, Bookish Witch Alicia? How are you doing? Dude, Machina, thank you for all the shout outs, dude. We're gonna stow the bazooka. I'm gonna stow this herb for the star crest. The wind crest. And the shells. And then I can combine. In the remake, they do a dickie where this door, they tell you that the doorknob is like, it's loose. And if you keep using it, it's gonna break. And it's like, you can only go this way through this door, I think like 2 or 3 times in the remake. And then the doorknob falls off and you can't go through anymore. And then you have to go the long way around and go through this door to get back in there. Because getting to this item box, honestly, is like a cheat in the early game. Just going back and forth through that door. You can circumvent a lot of the enemies. Yeah, so Machina, if you weren't here earlier, I found out a lot of interesting things, Machina, because I had to look up something, and I'm gonna do it right now. Guess what? With Jill on the GOG and Steam versions, the PC Windows release, Jill doesn't need ink ribbons. Which is like totally blowing my mind. So apparently the way it worked was the Western versions of the game in Europe and North America, because we had countries that allowed video game rentals, they made the game harder. So there's 2 playthroughs on both characters, Machina. Chris has a playthrough 1 and a playthrough 2 that gets a little bit harder. Then Jill has an easy playthrough and then a second playthrough that gets a little bit harder. The second playthrough requires ink ribbons and many other things, and it changes how many health items you can find and a bunch of other stuff. And because of rentals, they didn't want us beating the game easily. So what they did is on the Western and European, the North American and European version of PlayStation Resident Evil, the first playthrough that we got was the harder second playthrough, and for both characters. And they did it so we couldn't beat the game on a rental. It would incentivize us to buy the game. And in Japan and on the PC, GOG, and Steam releases, it's the Japanese way of playing the game, where there's an easier first playthrough that you go through, and then the second playthrough introduces the harder mechanics. So we don't even have to worry about ink ribbons, which is just weird to me. And what's up, Tate? Why can I not move it? Wait. I'm getting a little confused. After playing modern games, you can't do it. I'm actually really enjoying myself, Tate. How do I fucking move this? There. That explains everything. That was just for some explosive rounds? Oh, and a write-up probably. Researchers will. What's up, Queen? Did you complete a speed, Karen? No, I haven't. They kept changing the rule set, Queen, and they kind of postponed the leaderboards a couple times, Queen. I haven't checked it in a while, but basically I was sitting there for like a month or two really interested in sending some Karen runs, and they never got around to finalizing the rule set, at least by the time I was interested. And then I got back into running Elden Ring. So it's like, I should check and see if they've come up with the designated rule set for it yet. The bloop noise of you clicking things has been throwing your head for a weird loop. It sounds so similar to the Steam message bloop noise. I can see that. I will, Queenie. Thanks. It's just a matter of them, because it was like they were debating if buffs were going to be allowed, what buffs were going to be allowed, what food buffs were going to be allowed, what routing was going to be allowed. They were like really going back and forth on the rule sets. So I was like, you know what? I'll let you figure that out, and I'll come back when you got it all ironed out. My dear Alma, the fact that you have received this letter is both a joy and a sadness for me. I could not even talk to you because of that guy in the sunglasses. Wesker. Alma, be calm and read this. I think I've told you that I moved to a pharmaceutical company's lab. They headhunted me. Last month there was an accident in the lab and the virus we were studying escaped. All my colleagues who were infected by the virus are dead. To be accurate, they've become the living dead. They still wander around. Some of them are knocking on my room door desperately right now, but there's no sign of intelligence in their eyes. That cursed virus takes away all humanity from the human brain. Love, joy, sorrow, fear, humor, eternally. And Alma, even the memories of the days I spent with you. Yes, I'm infected. I did everything I could, but I could only delay the progress by a few days. The most frightening thing is that I forgot more about you by the day. So I chose a peaceful death rather than becoming the living dead. Within an hour, I will have entered my eternal sleep. I do hope you'll understand my decision. Goodbye, and forever yours, Martin Crackhorn. Did they really name a character Martin Crackhorn? What's up, Sarah Bear? As of 1 month ago? That explains it, Mary. That explains it. That's when I started, like, it was while I was in the PC issues and I just wasn't paying attention to that stuff. Yes, I have, Tate. I've done quite a few Elden Ring randomizers. I participated in Forza's Deathless Randomizer League. Helmet. Look at the map here. Been itching to play Elden Ring. Feel like you forgot a bunch of things though. I can see that. I don't know. For me, it's like, dude, I live in that game. I don't think I'll ever forget that game. But granted, give me like 20 years and I probably will. Give me another FromSoft game. because that's what happened. I used to know Dark Souls 3 like the back of my hand. Now that Elden Ring's been out, I've slowly forgotten a little bit of Dark Souls 3. So give me another really great FromSoft game and I'll start forgetting Elden Ring. Good luck on the randomizer, dude. I think randos are a lot of fun. Randos kind of make you play the game like it's your first time again. And I really enjoy them for that. Yeah, it'll still be a lot of... Oh, shit. Was not expecting there to be two assholes in there. That's the headshot. That's the headshot. This puzzle is so easy. This is the thing. This goes back to like early gaming, so a lot of the puzzles are pretty straightforward. Like, oh, there's you hit the button and poison gas comes out, so you cover the vents. What's up, Claw? We are revisiting the ancient Eldritch texts. I'm going to do the thoughtful thing of getting the crests in their proper locations ahead of time. Wait. What's going on here? Is this your first playthrough? No, it is not. It is not, sir. If that is your fake, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Here's the thing, sir. Give me 1 second, sir. Okay, I knew this was gonna make my PC get weird, but give me a second. Right over here, sir. This is my original childhood 1996 big box copy of Resident Evil for PlayStation 1. Rated M for mature when I was 12 years old. This is the relic. Yep, Clovels. This is the ancient relic right here. This is the ancient relic. So it is not my first time playing through the series. I am a long time Resident Evil fan. I just haven't streamed Resident Evil, and some of the remakes I have not played through yet. That's AI. Yeah, no, dude, that's it even has the ancient manuscript with all the stats for all the characters and everything. Rock and roll, Spider. I hope you're having a good one, dude. Spider's been playing all the games I'm really interested in. Spider's been playing Saros, and it looks like so much fun. That's funny, Queenie. Dude, it's going... Dude, we're playing the OG. We're playing the OG, Spider. We're playing Resident Evil 1. So I'm, like, pretty excited about it, dude. I'm pretty excited about it. I wish I was playing Saros. We'll get to Saros. But, dude, I'm really excited to be playing this. I haven't played it in... I want to say maybe 8 years. See, that's the thing I was talking a bit earlier about this game, Sarah, is the older Resident Evil games have this kind of music where it's like more orchestral. It's more like you listen to it actively. You can hear the strings. You can hear the drone of like a string in the background, and it creates like this interesting atmosphere. And they break that up by putting you kind of in different atmospheric areas. It's like then silence with the footsteps, outside with the crickets. But very frequently, in different places, I'll find the music and some save locations. Music is very relaxing. And one of the things that's really, I feel kind of missing from some of the newer Resident Evil games is music you can actively listen to. Yes. Yes, it is very Spielberg. That's a great way to put it, Sarah, with Jaws. It's very Spielberg. I completely agree, Sarah, about the emotional experience. Really, it gets really tied to music. Okay, I remember where I'm supposed to be going now. This key is useless now. Discard? Yes. But get ready for some voice acting.
Richard, what happened?
Oh, Jill, this house is dangerous. There are terrible demons. Ouch!
You're wounded.
Ouch.
He attacked you.
It was a huge snake and also poisonous.
Poisonous? Richard, hold on.
There is serum. Oh no, I should have brought some with me.
No problem. I'll go and get it.
Thanks.
Poor Dick. I know where to get it. Save room on the west side of the mansion. Peak voice acting. I agree, Cloud. Because this is the thing. I was talking about it a bit earlier. You have to remember, this game came out before Metal Gear Solid 1. I believe Saros is chaotic, Spider. But video game literally changed overnight when Metal Gear Solid for PlayStation 1 arrived. And this game, I think, is roughly 2 years before the Metal Gear Solid arrival. And voice acting was never the same again after Metal Gear, because everything got compared to Metal Gear. And prior to Metal Gear, this was peak voice acting for its time. But it was bad. Well, we have to go get a serum. Okay, now that we have serum, we run all the way back. Yeah, dude, he literally, you saw that he had like how many puncture wounds in his torso? And he's like, ouch. Elliot.
Here's the serum. Richard, hold on. I'll give you a shot now.
Jill, here's my radio. You should keep it. I'm...
No! Richard!
Jill, be careful.
He like died twice. There's also a side room over here in the remake that's not in this one. Richard is dead. First boss fight coming up, guys. Oh, wait, no, this is the side room. Yeah, I'll take the clip. I'm starting to get a lot of ammo now. Too dark to see anything? Do I need the lighter? Do I need a key? Yep, I need the helmet. Oh, shield! That's the last shield key door. Okay, so let's go back. We'll get the lighter and the shield key, and then we'll be able to get into that. And it's the first boss room. Yep, not Richard Machina. I wonder if he let out another ouch for this last part. He probably did. Ouch. Okay, where is lighter? And then there was something else I wanted, wasn't there? Oh yeah, shield key. We're actually making really good progress. At first, I was confused by the PC changes. Now that I'm aware of what's going on, we're going to be moving. Okay, we should be able to get rid of the shield key now. Yep, useless now. Discard. And here we go. First boss room. What's funny though is with the first boss, you don't even have to fight it. This was kind of par for the course with survival horror games for the era.
Am I poisoned? Give me the serum.
I love it too, Machina. It gets a little bit better in the second game, but not by much. I didn't either, Machina. Just like the graphics, Machina, I feel like we kind of had a skill where we kind of filled in the gaps with our mind's eye. Like what the graphics couldn't accomplish, we kind of did with our like mind's eye. We accomplished what the graphics couldn't. And I think for the narrative, we did the same thing. Just like coming off of the old text-based RPGs, we kind of allowed our mind's eye to fill in the gaps with the game. And I think RE 1 and 2 are one of those games where like we kind of chuckle going back to it because I think with our mind's eye, we didn't realize how bad the dialogue actually was. To us, it was just, this is the game. This is Resident Evil. Okay, now we get to leave the mansion. Imagine having to sit through all these transition screens. Dude, for its time, Machina, this was top tier graphics. The remake blows this out of the water, though. I might pick up remake for PC. I'm gonna save it first. I'm gonna miss door skip when I go through the remake. Oh yeah, Machina, same. Because we weren't used to it. Like, gaming wasn't like that before. Gaming was like Super Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog. And, like, it was, you know... It was like that. This was like a completely different thing for us. I was even terrified of like the Friday the 13th game for the original NES. I'll say though, after playing Silent Hill 1, Machina, after playing Silent Hill 1 on the PlayStation, I was never scared of a Resident Evil game again. I might have gotten tense, I might have gotten a little anxious, but never was I frightened. Silent Hill just hit me on a completely different level. Let's just, okay, I'm sorry. Let's just take a moment to appreciate the fact that there are 2 red herbs and 3 green herbs sitting there. Like, did you guys notice that? That is a lot of healing. Oh, there are the blue herbs. Should I take out the dogs? Yep, the old don't run. A lot of people don't know that, just like real life, these dogs are less aggro if you just don't run around. Hey, what's up, Ondine? We are playing the OG, Ondine. It took a little bit of rigmarole to get all the capture working and everything, but we got it. The water is running down the opposite side. That was an interesting frame rate change. Oh, I forgot about the snakes. You can get poisoned from the snakes. It's the PC version, Ondine. So this is one thing that we learned. We're learning. This is my first time ever playing the PC version, and it has a GOG update. You want to see what's cool about the GOG up? One of the things that's really cool about the GOG update, Ondine. Check this shit out. Ooh, I can skip it. You can skip door cutscenes, which is really nice. Also, it has the Japanese difficulty. If you did not know, the Japanese version of the game had an easier difficulty because rentals. North American and European versions of the game, the NTSC and PAL versions of the games, were typically more difficult because they didn't want people beating them on a rental. So it's been very interesting to play like an easy Resident Evil. But yeah, like, see, I can just skip this door cutscene. And I've been saying, like, so far on this playthrough, if you add up all the time I've been skipping, it's already been minutes. Also, we found out that on the first playthrough of the Japanese version and the Windows version, Jill does not need ink ribbons. She can save as much as she wants, and there's additional healing items placed throughout the game. So it's kind of an interesting playthrough, to be honest. It's been less stressful, and it's just kind of funny because I'm so used to the OG version, the normal like North American PlayStation release. That I could probably like speedrun this game or something. See, then you get these reprieve tracks. This is one of the best save themes in gaming. Nameless, the remake is super special. A lot of people argue that remake is the remake. It is the best remake in video game history, and I think there's a really strong case for that. So now we're out in the guardhouse, and here's the thing. The next big boss is Plant 42. I think it's Plant 42. If you count Neptune the shark, that's the next boss. If you don't count Neptune the shark, Plant 42 is the next boss. Let's see. How do you guys feel? Do you think Neptune is a boss, or do you think Neptune is not a boss? Yes, I'll take the C room key. Shot his arm off. Oh, it's the book. The book is a key item. Okay, we got the spider up top. Okay, that was just a bump. The 3 ball. 9 ball. I forget what this even means. Shit, that probably poisoned me. Three, 6, 9 ball. Yep, poison. Okay, no longer poison. Okay, so it's 3, 6, and 9. I don't think so. I think this is just I have to solve the puzzle. Okay, so where are we going from here? Any ideas? Neptune isn't really a boss in this version, more debatable in remake. I can see that. I know they redid Neptune in remake. 1996, Mary. That's what about the zombie virus made the spiders grow that big. Actually, the thing is they explain it that it's more like this weird mutation thing, and they don't do a great job with it, to be honest, Mary, because it's like it turns humans into the living dead, but it turns like reptiles into hunters, and it turns monkeys into the weird spider monkey things in the second half of the game, and it turns a snake into a giant snake, and spiders into giant spiders, and sharks into sharks, and like it's weird. I am kind of getting a little frustrated with this puzzle, though. Took me a second. No, I need way more inventory space to do this room. This is where you mix up the poison. Something is written on the wall. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 3 plus 4 equals 7. 2 plus 4 equals 6. There's like a whole thing in here. We're gonna have to figure that out. O2 engraved. Tons of green herb over here. It's going to ask. See, that's the thing. It asks us to discard the key whenever we're done using it. And they never do that with the hook shot in RE0. This music is goated. All the music in this game is so good. Plant 42 report. I'm trying to think of what do you mean by the sliding panel in RE4. And thanks for the lurk, Wheels. Sorry, I'm like, this is a 30-year-old, this game is taking me so back, and I am so in love with it all over again that, like, I'm getting super engrossed. So, Plant 42 report. 4 days have passed since the accident, and the plant at point 42 is growing amazingly fast. It has been affected by the T virus differently than other plants have been, and shows unique shape in addition to its size. Looking at the way it behaves, it is now difficult to determine what kind of plant it was originally. There are two ways in which Plant 42 gathers nutrition. The first one is through its roots that reach into the basement. Immediately after the accident, a scientist went mad and broke the water tank in the basement. Now the basement is filled with water. It is easily imaginable that some chemical elements were blended in the water and promotes the incredibly fast growth of Plant 42. Another part of Plant 42 from the basement grows through the duct and hangs down like so many bulbs from the ceiling of the first floor. Many vines come out of those bulbs, and they are the second resource for its nutrition. Once sensing movement, Plant 42 shoots its vines around the prey and holds it. Then it starts sucking up blood, using the suckers located at the back of its vine. It also has some intelligence. It blocks the door by twining its vines around it, especially when it captures prey or is sleeping. Several staff members have already fallen victim to this. Henry Sarton. I'm starting to realize how goofy these names are. I think I go back and dump some items off in the chest. What do you guys think? That's what I'm thinking. Especially now that we don't have to worry about door cutscenes. I have a feeling I'm going to come running back for this, but... honestly, the door cutscene skip mitigates most of the frustration this game has, Mary, because going back and managing your item box is like the real difficulty. So if you can just like manage your item box, you're good. And I do believe the way these games are balanced is if you don't miss your shots, you have more than enough ammo in the entire game to kill every enemy in the entire game. You know what? I might actually go back for the knife. Fuck it. I'm not gonna be that guy. You can kill Neptune with a knife in this game. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game. Bob's and Dognut worked for Umbrella after retiring from baseball. Yep. Dick Butkus after his football career. Is the zombie thing something with just innately with zombies, Mary, or is it the lack of engagement? Both? You think zombies are dumb? Like, do you think they're dumb from like narratively? Because like, dude, undead armies like in D&D are fucking awesome. Liches and shit, that shit's fucking goated. Here we go, cutscene, guys. Ooh, I got in here and avoided the cutscene. Yep. See, this is the thing. You make that chemical and you bring it here to fuck with the plant. Get rid of it. There's a lever. Will you move it? Yes. There's a button. Will you push it? Yes. There was a sound from the room next door. Oh yeah, look at that. We're up to 33 shotgun shells. Look at that, we're up to 40. And 7 in the weapon. Yes, I think that's the O3 key. Handgun bullets. me 1 second. I'll be right back. Undead armies feel like a bigger suspension of disbelief for you. Well, I kind of get it from this, like, I get narratively why they do it. Yeah, undead armies in D&D is cool. Zombie virus that affects humans to the point of making them mindless killing machines. I can't stretch my disbelief that far. What about a fungus? Like, I'm not the biggest Last of Us fan, but like, I can kind of give it with that. I'll be right back. Fungus is pushing it, but I accept it because it is backed by actual science. That's my point, Mary, is like we actually have it in the real world. Like that. Whereas I agree, viral outbreaks, not supported. Not supported. Fungal, yes, supported by science. Yep, and there's Neptune. And you can just stab Neptune with a knife if you want to eliminate Neptune via those means. And we'll be back for you. And then, what is it? In Resident Evil 4, it's a worm. In Resident Evil 4, it's a worm that latches itself to your nervous system. And then it's like, it's not that you're undead, it's that you're being controlled by this worm. Los Plagas is like that, and Ouroboros in RE5 is like that as well. Well, that's kind of what the thing is, Mary, that like with RE4, you are the military stepping in. Like they are there in hiding in a small village, and they end up capturing the president, the US president's daughter, and they hire Leon Kennedy to go get the daughter back. And then it's basically like you being Snake Plissken taking care of that shit. And you do have like government handlers and stuff. RE 1, 2, and 3, it's in Raccoon City. But it's basically it's a government funded research program that goes awry. So it's like they're trying to like suppress it as much as possible, but at the end of 2, they just nuke Raccoon City. And the Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 take place over the course of like 48 hours. Even 0, I think it's like 72 hours. It's like you have RE0 is the first 24, RE1 is the next 24, and then 2 and 3 are the 24 after that. And then Raccoon City gets nuked. And then RE4 takes place in Spain. Code Verona takes place in Antarctica. Like, I definitely agree that there's a lot of suspension of disbelief that goes on in this. I'm just saying that, like, on that level, like you kind of are. Like that's the weird thing is it's like you'll see like in the second game, like the wholesale, like there's like fucking SWAT teams showing up and shooting scientists and like stealing the virus and like all this other stuff going on. So it's like there's like a geopolitical thing going on that's trying to cover this up. And there's like corporations trying to cover it up because there's also the green economy is involved, like the war economy is involved because the U.S. is paying Umbrella or contracting Umbrella to make bioweapons. So it's like these are bioweapons tests gone awry. Which is interesting. And that's fine. I think I need to go back for the red book. So I'm going to go do that now. Yeah, like for me, Mary, it's easier for me to suspend my disbelief with zombies than it is goblins and orcs and elves. I need the red book. There it is, red book. Goblins and orcs are real. I love it, Machina. Yeah, but see, that's where magic is the literal word of suspension of disbelief. So it's like by putting magic in anything, you're immediately asking me to suspend my disbelief. So that's why it's harder for me with goblins and orcs, is because it's like, and what's up, Jing? We're doing really good. Playing an OG game that is 30 years old, Jing. V-Jolt report. As I stated in the last report, there are some common features found in the cells of the plants infected by the tyrant virus. We also have found another interesting fact. See, this is the other thing. The fact that the virus affects a plant, a human, a spider, a snake, that is like the highest level of suspension of disbelief, is the fact that you have a virus that can affect more than like, because anytime a virus can spread quickly between species, it usually burns itself out really fast. And then if you want a virus that lasts for a really long time, it typically has to be focused within a single like species population, like the common cold, like you like things like that. So it's really weird. Like there are things that I agree with you, Mary, where this game does a lot science-wise, where this just doesn't make any sense. Yes, Ondine, exactly. The virus may as well be a witch's curse at this point. And I get that mentality, Mary. It's just so weird to me. Because for me, it's like the closer things even try to remotely approach reality, it gets easier and easier. But I do agree that you do hit an uncanny valley at some point. Yeah, that's where I agree with like the zombie thing is on the like the machinist side, the gameplay side. I'm tired of the zombie formula because it's just so tired at this point. Yes. But no. Well, yeah, it's but that's a weird, I don't know. I don't know how you're comparing it to the freedom of choice argument, because if you're saying that on some level we're making a choice, we're not. We also found another interesting fact through some experiments. We found an element that destroys these plant cells rapidly in UMB number 16. One of the series of UMB chemicals that we used for that experiment. We named this UMB number 16 as V-Jolt. In our calculations, it will take less than 5 seconds to destroy plant 42 if we put the V-Jolt directly on the root. You need to mix some of the UMB series chemicals in a specific order to create V-Jolt, but the UMB series chemicals may generate a poisonous gas which is harmful to the human body. Extreme caution should be taken when handling these chemicals. Following are the types of UMB series chemicals and their brief characteristics. Red, purple. Okay, so I'm gonna take a screenshot of this with my phone. Yes. Yes. Okay, so I have to go make the V-Jolt. Yes. Okay, so isn't one water? Yes. And I can understand that, Mary. I can definitely understand that. The other thing is, too, that we also have to acknowledge that on some level in like 1996, our understanding of science was also different. Well, like, you can throw out the whole thing with magic, though. Like, that's the thing, is it's like this domino effect where it's like, it's kind of the problem that people do with like Elden Ring, where people are like, oh, I wanted to know the solution of this deep, dark secret in Elden Ring. And what was the answer? Magic. And there's like a lot of people that butt up against that. So like I that's like another thing that like I don't make that leap because I find that there's like a lot of depth to what's going on. But it's like, oh, why is America Radigan and Radigan America? Magic. Why did Radon lose his feet? Rot magic. Why is Mikola like all the magic? And like that definitely becomes a thing. Yeah, there's a lot of people that hate when magic is the conclusion, like the answer. And I can be one of those. If magic is just like the thing that just kind of wands away the problem, then I'm not very happy. Yeah, the Simpsons joke, a wizard did it. Okay, will you put water in the empty bottle? Yes. Got the water. And then yes. Am I gonna need all these empty bottles? Water 1, red 2, purple 3, green 4. Two, 3. Okay, yeah. So water is 1. I need to go get an inventory slot. Thank you, Mary. My phone's being, it just keeps going to sleep. Yes. Okay. So I need to combine 1 and 2 to get 3. That's purple number 3. Then I need to combine 3 and 4 to get 7. Okay, now I have 7. Now I need to make 6. So I need another 4. And another 2. Combine those. I have 6 and 7. I think that's next. 6 and 7 is 13. Whoop. And then 13 and 3. So I need a 1 and a 2 again. V-Jolt. And I could have sworn you got fire rounds before this fight, but I could be wrong. The V-Jolt cut off its water supply, poisoned its roots. Expanse is the example of sci-fi you really like. What about Mass Effect? What about Mass Effect? I think Mass Effect did a great job. Being a science nerd, I think Mass Effect did a great job. What magic? You could probably argue that some of the stuff Asari do are magic, but it's not magic. No, dude, they do a full explanation in the first game's codex, Mary. They do a full explanation. They go hyper nerd in everything on how, like, the biotic implants and how, like, you're using, like, element 0 to affect, like, you're basically, like, harvesting negative energy to create, like, Newtonic effects. So like it's basically like, you know, like you're throwing blasts of, like, you know, fucking dark matter and stuff like that. And they totally talk about how, like, all those implants integrate into your nervous system. And then the Asaris do all sorts of weird shit. It's like neurological stuff when they're, like, reading minds and stuff. It's like they try to go super science-y with it. They do. all the tech implants and all that stuff, especially the first game, and they're fully voiced too. There's like hours of just, I forgot his name. It's a voice actor that does like nature documentaries, and it's literally just hours of him in the codex, like, with the biotic implants in the second era, they learned that this, that, and the other, and this, that, and the other. And then that's like, it adds so much depth to the game, because then you encounter people that are like, they've had negative side effects due to the implants and stuff like that. I don't know. I think it's really well done. I think that's a game where they put all the thought they needed to into it. It gets janky by the third game. It gets janky by the third game. Okay. Yes, I have everything to go fight the boss. Let's go fight the boss. It's not David Attenborough. It would be hilarious. But no, yeah. 1 second. Yeah, it says all biotics have to be implanted with a bioamp during puberty. Yeah, it requires EZO, element 0 exposure, and they have to get a biotic implant during puberty. And like, that's the thing. That's like why like soldier classes just can't start learning biotic abilities like later in life. This, that, and the other. Did I say that? The other side of this is that science does not define the limits of what's possible. Science is by design very limited to confidently stating whether anything is truly possible or impossible. There are still wide areas of knowledge that science just doesn't have anything definitive. The human brain is one of the biggest ones, despite all the huge achievements we've made. And that's the other thing with it too, Ondine. And why I'm like, my suspension of disbelief with the virus stuff is goofy, is it's like you, like, the way we look at science is, have we experienced a virus that has created an undead body? No. But is there a possibility for a virus creating an undead body? Science would say we haven't ruled it out. And that's where, for me, I enjoy science fiction, because I feel like good science fiction exists within that unknown realm. But granted, the problem we run into with that, like things like Blade Runner and other things, is as we, and Total Recall and other things, and RoboCop, is as we learn more about the world we're living in, we're like scratching off possibilities in these narratives we've written. So for all we know, in 1996, this could have been viewed as a more plausible scientific probability. Just like the mitochondrial DNA taking over humans in Parasite Eve might have been a more plausible thing in, like, with our view of science in 1996 and 1998, but now in 2026 we're like, preposterous. It's like when we watch science fiction movies, and like even Star Wars, like so many people bring up the thing of like language, like there are even as many languages as there are in Star Wars, there's not enough languages in Star Wars. There's like little things like that where it's just like when you start approaching it from that perspective, like yeah, things just kind of fall apart. When this game dropped, the science was a lot less advanced than it is now. Yes, we were still using floppy drives and MO discs. And like, we had rotary phones and Encyclopedia Britannicas on shelves. And time was very different. But I also agree, though, there is like some sense of it being preposterous. Yes. What was it? Tolkien didn't like the fact that everybody spoke the same language in the Narnia saga. There's like the two approaches where it's like Tolkien went so far into details that like most readers find irrelevant. Whereas, like, and then you have C.S. Lewis, who just, like, churned out his fucking content because he wasn't worrying about all those details. I'm not too fond of where... What? There we go. So, if you didn't poison the plant, it would come back to life. And that's the helmet key.
Wesker.
Jill. So
One
you're
second, Cloud.
That's what I was going to say. Where on earth have you been? You disappeared from
Where
the hall all of a
on
sudden.
earth have you
I'm
been?
sorry, but I have my reasons. Perhaps you guys have met them? It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
Is that right? Anyway, it's good to see you're safe.
Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
Yes, you're right.
Now, there are a lot of rooms in that mansion that we can't get into
Yep,
because
I
they're
mean,
locked
different
up.
strokes, different folks.
I have been looking around for clues.
Give me one. Man.
Okay, I'll go to the other house and see if I can find any clues.
Will you do that? I'm counting on you.
Okay, so now I have the helmet key. Okay. Have you heard of the Fear and Hunger games? They're a series of impossibly hard RPG maker games that go out of their way to make your life miserable, and they're genuinely some of the most fun you've ever had. It's kind of like playing a roguelike between each save point, save zone. It's really cool. No, I haven't. I might have to look into that. It sounds familiar, like I've heard people talking about them, but I have not. Actually, I can do this. And then we are never coming back here. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use one of the greens. No. Lore goes deep. Nice. It's pretty gross. Well, I don't mind gross. I don't mind gross. I'll say this, Cloud, like my personal tastes and my stream tastes are like two different things. Not completely different, but I just try to be mindful of like how fucked up the world can be out there, and I try to play games that don't necessarily butt up against that so much. Like, it's one of those things that I was talking about recently, actually, with a bunch of people at my wedding. They were asking, like, they're like, oh, you stream and stuff, and they were asking me about streaming, and they were like, so do you play like my dad? My dad is always like, so like, you playing any of them shooter games like Call of Duty or Battlefield and stuff? Because like my dad knows that like I used to be really good at shooters. I grew up on Quake, Team Fortress. I played Half-Life. I love shooters. But it's one of those things though where I feel awkward with how complicated the world has been lately. To me, I think it's a little weird playing games that like glorify like not necessarily like violence or combat, but like more realistic violence or combat situations, because I know that hits home for some people. Yeah, that's kind of where I am, Freedoms. I can enjoy those for what they are, but I think stream-wise, I like the fact that I get to play games where we kind of create this like clear delineation between the real world and fantasy, where to go like go back to our conversation about suspension of disbelief, where I like playing games on stream where there's an element of disbelief, so that it's like we're not all getting so caught up in the like the obvious, where it's like if like Battlefield 4, like I'm gonna just be frank, Battlefield 4, you're straight up doing things where it's like US versus Russia and you're fighting in Ukraine. Like you're like it like you're like those are happening, or France, or like Russia, or like it's US is doing like ops in China, and like that's just fucking weird to me. That's just weird to me that it's like then we're gonna be like doing that. Like it's just, I don't know, it's weird to me. I don't like talking about specifics, but I feel like that was a time where it was okay to talk about specifics. Exactly, Freedoms. Exactly. I had a friend that was in a theater of battle, and people were asking him if like he was going to be picking up like the new Call of Duty when he got home. And it's like, are you that fucking tone deaf? Uh-oh. He's pissed. There aren't vague people that... Yeah. Yeah, freedoms. Oh, check this shit out. Here we go, guys. This is where the game changes. This is basically where you know, like, this is when the game gets serious. This reminds me of when the developers of 6 Days in Fallujah may seem that they weren't trying to be political with their games, like... Yes. Well, Haley and I have been arguing about zombies for the last 10 minutes now. You're welcome, Mary. You're welcome. Sometimes I think a healthy argument is healthy. I think a good debate. Dude, Geralt is such a mopey dude. Wait, that did not do the cutscene. Now it did. I love how it shows hunters climbing up walls and opening doors, and then they never open a door again. But they can instantly kill you. Doom Book 1. And there's Magnum ammo. Eagle of East, Wolf of West. That hunter needs to go. And there's a note saying, and Barry says he left you a bunch of shit. And that's what all this is. I kind of agree to some extent, Mary, because you know on some level that that part exists. Are they working on a remake of this game? Fan, they already made a remake of this game, and it was the greatest remake ever made. We're going to play that after we beat this. It came out for the GameCube. It was glorious. I'm gonna put this stuff in the chest. Nope. It was not over the shoulder. It was isometric. I just think it's interesting that you can excuse that a necromancer creating an army of the undead, but you can't excuse just modern times, real world. You have to remember, like, bodies are just like meat. Like, that's the thing. If when you get if you start salting meat and you see fresh meat spasm under salt, and like you see that you can interact with the electrical impulses in flesh, it totally makes sense that you could animate a corpse. And going back to like Frankenstein, like, then we were just striking a dead body with lightning, and that was viewed as fantasy, and now we're defibrillating people. So it's like there is like this weird thing to it where, like, I don't know, I see that like that's what they're doing, is they're kind of messing with the murk of it all, and it's like they're messing with the possibilities. See, this is the, I think is goofy, is that the same virus that makes the living dead is the same virus they use to make these things. Oh yeah, I mean there is that, and I definitely know what you're talking about with that, where there's like a, I don't know exactly how a good example of it, but there are a few stories like that where it poses the question of like a what if. Like, what if science worked this way instead of it working the other way? And then you're like, oh, that's interesting. And also, a lot of people also, like, in a weird way too, you have like Fallout with its science fiction. A lot of people don't understand that it wasn't the like 50s that the bomb dropped, it was 2077. So like, it was basically in the 50s when we had the nuclear explosion of like technology, we like continued on that path for 120 years instead of saying, oops, Chernobyl was a mistake, and then diverting back to fossil fuels. Basically, Fallout is a what if scenario of what if we continued on the nuclear train for another 100 years and then we blew the whole fucking thing up. And then when people get to like the laser rifles and the plasma rifles, suddenly everything starts to make sense, because it's like, oh, they were using nuclear tech for 100 fucking years before the bomb dropped. And the only reason that the 40s, 50s, and 60s music is in the franchise is that they had a centennial nostalgia for the 40s, 50s, and 60s. But what's up, Baltheo? I think this is, yep, boss fight. And we killed it. Check out the stream. Nice, Beltheo. Science is very different. When Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein, scientists kind of were more evil and crazy seeming back then. Resident Evil. Also, because it was written after a period, like, you have to remember, like, what was it? In Scotland, in Edinburgh, like, people were robbing corpses and shit, like, by the day because doctors were paying top dollar for bodies. So, like, you had, like, grave robbers everywhere. You had body parts being sold everywhere. Diseases going around everywhere. Like, no, it was a fucking wild fucking shit show out there. And I appreciate you being here, Sarah. And if you want to contribute, by all means, you're more than welcome to contribute. People kind of know sometimes to like poke me with a weird thought experiment, and I just kind of run with it for a while. Mary's kind of the same way. I think I'm just going to jump down here. Barry, to the rescue.
Joe, have you found anything interesting?
Yes, but I can't see very well.
How about going down to check by yourself? I have a rope here.
Oh, do you? Well, then I'll try to go down using the rope.
Wait.
Hey, what's going on?
Now I've done it. Sorry, Jill. Wait. I'll go and get another rope.
Barry? Barry?
There's a switch below. Will you push it? I think it just said deceased prison, or did it say deceased person? Full metal prison? Does that say full metal prison?
Hey! Are you there, Jill? Grab the rope! I'm sorry, Jill.
I didn't know that was going to happen.
You're a towel?
Sorry. I was really careless.
Are you
Dude,
okay,
Sarah,
Barry?
you
Maybe
make
you're
me
getting
feel
tired.
smart.
No,
You also
I'm
make
all
me
right.
feel cultured.
Don't worry. Jill, I found something.
Pass number 8108310.
Thank you. I'll take this then.
Dude, Baltheo, I appreciate the spreading of love. Rock and fucking roll. I really appreciate the vibes, Baltheo. I lurk a lot when I'm watching Twitch. And I do really appreciate the vibes. Oh, shit! Two, three, four. Dead. Shotgun shells. But no, seriously, Sarah, a lot of the stuff with like especially when you start going on your tangents with reading, plays, musicals, like that's a big part of like growing up that I haven't really engaged with in some time. Sophia still really engages with it and it pulls me in, but like no, definitely. I appreciate all that stuff. And even the alerts and stuff, as weird as it is, like a lot of your alerts, I definitely get a lot of the references. There's a lot of fucking zombies in here. Shot his arm off. We'll leave those herbs there. We unlocked it. Now we're in the kitchen. There's an elevator. I think we can unlock this over here. So look at this. This zombie opens the door. And we unlocked it. Sometimes you go on tangents, I'm like, do people even care to know, or am I just super passionate? And okay, so here's the thing we talk about all the time, Sarah, where like the hyperfixations are real when it comes to streaming. There's going to be people that watch because they're hyperfixated on the game. There's going to be people that are watching because they're hyperfixated on the conversation or the audio stimulus that they're getting from your stream, or they're hyperfixated on you. And that's kind of the thing, is going on the tangents, I'm starting to notice, hits like two of those. It creates the discussion and it stimulates like the audio connection that people have to the channel, and you're opening up about yourself. So people are able to like hyper fixate on you and learn about you and what you enjoy, like where you've come from, the things you like to watch, the things you like to listen to. And it sounds kind of creepy, but like, isn't that why we're here? Is for us? Not like the game. Like when I first started streaming, the game was primary and like I was very secondary. And I've learned over the last like year or so, and I've said it before, and I don't know if you've heard me say it, but you can go anywhere for the game, but people can only go one place for you. So it's like, when you go on a tangent, Sarah, I think you should just be totally comfortable with it, because that's why people are there. Like, whether you're playing Lies of P, Kazan, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3, or like Overcooked or Cuphead, like, people are there to watch Cerebear. Like, that's the channel. And that's the other thing too, Sarah, that I've noticed. I go on huge rants sometimes, like huge rants sometimes, Sarah, and out of nowhere I'll be like, man, I should just shut the fuck up and like start playing the game. And out of nowhere, Void Step X will show up and be like, no, Lumi, don't shut the fuck up. I was listening. Or like somebody will be like, no, dude, don't shut up at all. Like, that's why we're here. Like, and I get constantly reminded that that is the thing. You have people who are just second screening you. And when they're watching on the second screen, they're totally engaged. They're listening like it's Sally Jesse Raphael or like Maury Povich or something. But they're like crocheting, or they're making dinner, or they're coding something, or they're working on OBS. Yes, Orange Soul, yes, you are the content, Sarah. So don't be afraid to be content. It's a hard thing to be comfortable with, the understanding that you are content. And you're like, no, I'm a person. Yeah, you're a fucking person. I'm a person. We're people, but we're content. So if we want people to watch the content, are they coming to like watch Resident Evil? Maybe. Are they Mother Instruction? What's up, Mother? Are they? But that's like the thing. Exactly. Like, people are hanging out here, I've learned, especially lately, regardless of the game I play. They're just kind of here for the weird social energy, the tangents I go on, the subjects we talk about, the jokes that come up from time to time, the music when I'm like running or doing a challenge run and we're doing song redeems. Just like Fuff's channel. Like, dude, I think Fuff could play fucking anything. Fucking anything. He could play Mr. Mosquito for PlayStation 2 and would probably pull in all the bro babes, and they'd be laughing through the entire game because it's just that's the community. And I've started to get more comfortable with that, where it's like we have a Lumi community, which is like a bit, I'd say older. I would say older, more mature, a bit more mature audience that has a bit of a dark yet childish sense of humor and is willing to engage with high concepts and lowbrow humor at the same time. And we try to create like a environment where everybody has the time to explain the context of their statement and explain themselves, but also an environment where people know that if you say something kind of uncouth or weird, you might be challenged, and not in a confrontational way, but just in like a explain yourself kind of way. You know, like, I don't know. I feel like we're adults here, and that's really weird because I typically don't feel like the adult. And I'm glad somebody knows Mr. Mosquito is actually a good game. Something uncouth. Thank you, Stug. And sorry for the ad break, Balthio. Sorry for anybody that got ad braked while I was kind of going on that tangent. But, no. And I really love that about Twitch. I love that about this hobby. I love that about this, just in general, that we're able to like create these environments. And there's like overlap. They look like Venn diagrams where it's like, I have like my Julie Andrews and like my Yul Brenner and like my Fred Astaire kind of like upbringing kind of circle here. And that's part of the big picture that makes up what Lumi is. And like that kind of like overlaps a bit with like other people in the community. And like it's interesting because we each have our like communities, and then there's that overlap, and it's cool because like you'll see like a Jelaine that like floats around in his little pocket, but we're all kind of connected via Jelaine. And then there's like the Stug pocket, like even chatters kind of have their own little pocket and their own little verse and their own little like gravitational force, where like you'll see certain chatters like Moon. Moon is like a celebrity where it's like no matter where Moon goes, everybody gets hyped for Moon. But you have the Moon pocket. You don't find Moon everywhere. You know, like Moon isn't in all places. So like you have the Moon pocket, and then the people who know Moon and have Moon come to their channels, they feel privileged. They feel privileged to have Moon. So it's like really interesting how like Twitch kind of develops itself, where like you have these like Venn diagrams, of you will, of like streamer influence, and then you have the chatter influence bubbles, and then they all kind of overlap in these nice little families. And then as you get more and more comfortable and familiar with the people in your community, it's like you start to notice that like you have these huge massive groups of people that are all like-minded, sharing like-minded ideas, stories, concepts, ideas. It's just fucking wonderful. And it's going to be so funny because when I post these eventually on YouTube, there's going to be these huge sections in these VODs where I go on these massive tangents that have absolutely nothing to do with Resident Evil. And I wonder how people feel when they come across these things, when they're like watching on YouTube and out of nowhere, they're like ASMRing themselves asleep to like some Resident Evil. And then out of nowhere, there's a streamer talking about the socio-dynamics, like the sociological dynamics of like streaming and their chat communities and the cultures involved. And I don't know, it's a weird tangent, and I'm glad you guys follow me on these tangents because I know I get really distracted from chat sometimes because I really want to make sure I get the idea out before I get distracted and forget what I'm trying to say. I'm going through a stage where I'm pretty much more gameplay focused than you ever have been, but it feels good. So you're leaning into it. And for me, it's the inverse. For me, I feel like I'm at a stage where I'm kind of withdrawing myself a bit from the game. Like there were moments, I think Mary was here for it. I know back when Moto and Keeler were around and Vulcan Ryan was here for it, where literally 40 hours a week I was running, no breaks. It would be, I would run, rip run, Lumi walk, back, run, rip run, Lumi walk, back, run, rip run, and just PB fucking rock and roll. We raid out. It'd be like 40 hours a week of just non-stop speed running. And I started to accumulate a viewer group, and I started to accumulate a chatter group, like a chat group that was very, they were returning a lot, very familiar. And then I fractured my hand. And I stopped speed running, and I started doing more challenge runs, more opinion segments where I started like verbalizing myself instead of talking about the speed run. I was talking about myself. And then like viewership kind of started to take like a nosedive. And then it got to a point though where new people started to show up because I was talking about myself, and then it started going back up. And I started noticing I got into this new pocket, and that's when I made the discovery that I'm the content. When I made the game the content, once I left the game, the people left with it. But the people that were there hanging out with me, because they showed up because of other games, or they showed up because of weird conversations I was having in my YouTube videos, those people stuck around. And it's not that gameplay focusing is bad. I'm still going to focus on gameplay, but there is a part of me that's also acknowledging that, like, I want to care for the community that I'm building. I don't want to just build a community and sit there and just be like, yeah, you're just like all on this, like, you know, in this shithole together, guys. Like, no, it's very much like I want to make sure that I extend the, like, I want not like teacher student, but somewhat in that aspect where it's like a MC, like a host, and the guests. It's like I feel like a maitre d' or a host or an MC. MC, for those that don't, a master of ceremonies. So like a master of ceremonies where it's like we all get together as a community, but like I'm here to host the space, set the vibe, and create like a tone, and then you guys get to contribute to that tone, that vibe. You get to be a part of it, and then it's like I help kind of organize and police it. and that's kind of how I look at it. So I like that I'm taking the opportunity to do more of that, where I'm like connecting to you guys and remembering that is just as much a part of this as the game. And thank you, Baltheo, because you're a tone too. I enjoy the tone that you've got. And I appreciate that, Cloud. I really do. I try to catch your streams, Cloud. I lurk as much as I can, but it's a scheduling thing. And I know your stream schedule, I haven't quite figured it out. I've tagged a few people and kind of figured out their vibe for their schedule. Admittedly, Cloud, haven't quite nailed yours down. But I get in and lurk when I can, because I enjoy the 479 runs, as well as the speed runs, dude. Are Evangelion bots zombies? I don't know. I don't know enough of the deep lore, Mary, but there is an interesting thing that was posted in Genso's Discord about demographic studies for anime in Japan and which demographics like which animes, and it was very interesting, the findings that they found. Yep, exactly, Cloud, and that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so I used the helmet key. Elevator doesn't seem to stop on this floor. I know basically I'm at a point where I need to use the rest of the helmet key uses. I can see that, Cloud. When I worked... One second. When I was in the kitchen, I loved my schedule because... I worked, it was Tuesday, Wednesday, it was Tuesday after, it was like Tuesday from like 10 a.m. to like 6 p.m. Wednesday was 5 p.m. to like 2 in the morning. Thursday was like 6 p.m. to like 2 in the morning. Friday was another one of those where it was like 2 to like 11 p.m. Saturday was like 6 to 2. Sunday was like breakfast shift, and then I was off on Monday. And it was just really, it was just a weird schedule because it was always kind of like moving a little bit. I don't know. I liked it. And then banquets would throw it off. Because if you had like a banquet, you'd have to like fit that in your schedule. Yeah, he was being a jerk. Scrapbook. Yep, nom 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 nom. I don't remember if the Avas are alive or not, though. That's basically it, which is what the synchronization measure really means. One second. Yeah, I don't know I don't remember. I watched through Evangelions like once, and that was it. Raccoon Times, and that was moons ago. Raccoon Times, May 27th, 1998. Animal attack, woman mutilated. May 20th. Around 10 p.m., a 20-year-old young woman's body was found by a passerby on the left bank of Marble River in the Cider district of Raccoon City. Raccoon police assumed it to be a grizzly or other animal's doing because there are teeth marks along her mutilated arms and left foot that show considerable power. Since she was wearing a hiking boot on her remaining foot, it has been determined that she was attacked in the Arklay Mountains and fell into the river. They are hurrying to identify this woman. Raccoon Weekly, June 16th, 1998. Monsters in Arklay Mountains. Some people claim they've seen monsters in the Arklay Mountains. The monsters are supposedly about the same size as large dogs and usually run in a pack as wolves do. This may sound like a group of ordinary wild dogs, but these monsters are surprisingly fierce and hard to hurt. They say these dogs won't bother you unless you wake them. So you smart readers should stay out of the Arklay Mountains for the time being. But if you're looking for adventure, check it out. You want to try? Mystery on Arklay Mountains. Mountain road blocked. Due to successive disasters in the Arklay Mountains, the city authorities have decided to block out the road leading to the foothills. At the same time, Raccoon police intend to begin the search for lost people with the help of STARS team members. They expect great difficulty because of the vast size of Arklay Mountains and the primeval forest that covers most of the area. Also, people are still reporting sightings of grotesque monsters in the mountains. Whoop. I can look over the courtyard from here. It's a helicopter port. If I could contact the other members from there. That moves. Those readables about the monsters knowing what is there is chilling, especially since Raccoon City is about to go to hell. Exactly. It is. MO disc. Yep, we'll take that green herb. And I'm going to combine some ammo. There's the battery. Cup of coffee, yeah. We got Diet Mountain Dew today. And I am almost done. After that, I'll ask if you guys want me to go get water or more caffeine. I think I just used that to get it out of the inventory. Lot of heals. Oh, I thought he was gonna have an item. Soros downloading? Nice, Jelaine. It looks really fun. It looks really fun. I'm just a little worried about the visuals. Some of the visuals make it look like it's going to be easier on my epilepsy. And there are other visuals that make it feel like it's going to be worse. Dude. Dude. This game is jank. When was the last time I saved?
Resident Evil.
Oh my goodness. When was the last time I saved? Back at the guardhouse. Is this right before I fought? Is this before I did all of this? Oh my God. Nope. Well, in this black, no, the remake does not have autosaves. Yeah. Oh, you meant in Soros? That could help. Dude, I got so much shit to do now. Oh, here we go. Here we go, guys. Okay. I need to not crash out over losing the progress, and I need to... I'm kind of like crashing out. I have to do this again. Oh, gotcha, Black. Yeah, I've heard rumors that they're doing another remake, but I've also heard that they're doing 5. I've heard that they're doing 6. So I don't know. I'm just gonna let it show up and then. Rip Blue Point indeed, Stug. I know how it just... Three, four, one. 3, 4, 5. They should remake Revelations and Revelations 2 before 5 and 6, in your opinion? I don't know how much they view Revelations as canonical. I'm gonna have to do this shit again. Give me a second. I will be back. Oh, wrong door. Okay, now we get water. Then we get 4. Can I not do this yet? This is frustrating. Oh, for sure. For sure, Ondine. Okay. Pistol ammo. Luckily, we know how to do all this stuff. Yep, Snail, the OG. We had a death that erased about like 35 minutes of progress. So we're going back and doing that 35 minutes again. It's these old games, Snail. There's a point where canon just becomes soap opera, and on one hand, I love soap opera, but they are inherently unserious. Yes, global saturation. And that's kind of sad, Stug. The Steam versions, Snail, we have found out today, do two things. One, they have the Japanese difficulty, which is like easy mode. You don't need ink ribbons to save. Also, they added door cutscene skip. So you can skip all the door cutscenes. Oh no, I don't have the control room key. Yep, you can just save whenever you want with Jill. But that's the thing that we found out, Snail, is the original North American and European release. Okay, so the original Japanese version, you get, the way it works is there are two playthroughs. An initial playthrough and then a harder second playthrough. And for Jill, the second playthrough adds ink ribbon management, and it removes a lot of the health items from the environment. And in the North American release and European release, because there were rentals, Japanese games jacked up the difficulty so that it was harder to beat a game on a rental. So what they did with Resident Evil was basically on that version that I have over there, the PlayStation 1 copy I have, you start on the second playthrough. Yeah, Snail. Because here's the other thing. If you didn't know that, that was a trend a lot in the olden days. You can look this up. Ninja Gaiden, the original Ninja Gaiden for the Nintendo Entertainment System, an eagle that spawns on the screen and swoops across, whoop, and then you got to dodge that motherfucker. Japanese version, if you got hit by that eagle, it did 1 point of damage. You had 20 ticks of health, it would do 1 tick of health. The American release, 4 points of damage. They quadrupled the damage because we had rentals. Yeah, and here's the other thing too, Snail. If you didn't know this, Mega Man in Japan has easy and hard. In America, we didn't get a difficulty selection screen. And guess what difficulty we got? Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead never explain their zombies, Mary. They hypothesize throughout the series, but they never give you a definitive answer. You have people that hypothesize whether it's like neural. One person hypothesizes it's evolution. One person in the series hypothesizes that it's like a plague of some sorts. And then there's the spiritual. There's the magic. The character in the second film, Dawn of the Dead, says that his grandmother believed in voodoo and said that when there was no more room in hell, the dead would walk the earth. So there's like even a spiritual like magic component that's given as a possible explanation in the Dawn of the Dead saga. And they never out and outright say why they're zombies. It's just there are zombies. What the fuck are you going to do about it? I do agree. Fear of the unknown, Ondine. Fear of the unknown. Dude, Dead Rising 1, goated. Goated, Ondine. Remembering when kids with the NES, Lumi, and when you got was what you got? Ninja Gaiden, Mega Man, Zelda 2. Dude, Zelda 2. You wanted Zelda, but your parents got you Zelda 2, and then you had to put up with the hardest fucking game ever made. Transformers for NES. Okay, so I'm going to do all this stuff real quick. Thanks for shouting out, Snail. We were talking about it, and I said that I'm not the biggest fan of magic. Zelda 2 is the Dark Souls 2 of Zelda. Yes, it is, Ondine. That's a great comparison. Oh, shit! This red, kind of uncomfortable. DS2, I mean, Zelda 2 is an okay game, Slime. As a kid, it sucks. As an adult, it's a good game. Except there is a guy named Error because the game is broken. I got bit by that shark and I'm still fine. Yes, here, that's the big thing, is there's a few games I feel like for the NES where we fucking hated them as children, but it was mainly because we didn't get them. We were too young. We were just too young to get it. I think this is the book I needed. Yep, the V-Jolt report. I know you can set this fight up so Barry kills it for you. There's the fire nades. Dickhead. It might be because I grew up with these slime, but I have no problem whatsoever playing this game right now. Dude, the head kick is goated, Snail. Dude, I've already saved like half an hour to door skip, I think. Especially the GOG re-releases, slime. They have GOG re-releases on Steam now, and they control it. Like works with my DualSense PlayStation 5 controller. I can use the D-pad. I can use the analog. Like all the buttons work. Like they're fully functional. They have door skip implemented. I will say, after I do this, I want to go back because there's an AI upscaler for the backgrounds where the backgrounds are all like super polished and they look really crisp. I want to play through the game with the fresh backgrounds at least once. Okay, so I have the water. Now I need the number 2. I can put number 2 in a bottle. Just give me a minute. And then we need number 4. Water. Combine with the 2 to make 3. Combine that and the 4. We have 7. Now I need to make 6. So I get a 2 and a 4. Then I mix the 2 and the 4. Then the 6 and the 7 for 13. Then I need water and a 2. And I mix those. And then 3 combined with the 13. V-Jolt. I don't think I need the bazooka, but I should probably take it. You know what? I'm saving it. We're going back and saving it. I need to become a habitual saver after losing all that time. And then watch, we don't die the rest of the run. But yeah, check this shit out, Snail. Just... no increment necessary. Yeah, exactly. Without using any ink ribbons, Dean. It's just in the back of my brain, I'm always thinking about ink ribbon management. And apparently, what I was reading, the NA version has like the least amount of ink ribbons. So that copy right over there, I was getting shafted as a 12-year-old and didn't even know it. RE2 had a lot of backtracking, and the game could trick you into burning yourself out on ink ribbons. There we go. Plant 42 is now poisoned. It was just what made these games survival horror at their core was item management. Resident Evil always had you running to item boxes, had you feeling like you didn't have enough ammo. Honestly though, I'm about to just go to work. Helmet key. Remake was the same in your opinion? With what? Are you talking about like the item management stuff?
Wesker.
Yes, Snail.
Jill.
Even RE4.
So you're
Like,
sick.
that's kind of the thing that comes down to RE4
That's
is
what
the
I was going to
attaché
say.
case. The
Where have you
attaché
been?
case
You
is
disappeared
what
from the hall
keeps
all of a sudden.
keeps
I'm
RE4
sorry.
as a survival
I have
horror
my
game.
reasons.
And when they got
Perhaps you guys
away
have
from
met
the
them.
attaché
It was all I
case
could
with
do to protect
RE5
myself
is
against
basically
those
where I think they
strange
just
creatures.
kind of forgot survival horror
Is that
was
right?
even supposed to be
Anyway,
like
it's
the
good to see you're
the
safe.
genre.
Jill, our first priority
I
is to
enjoy
get out of
RE5
here.
for what it is, but
Yes, you're
RE4 for a long time was like the last survival horror
Now,
Resident
there are a lot
Evil
of
game,
rooms in that
in my
mansion
opinion.
that we can't get into because they're locked up. I have been looking around for clues.
Okay, I'll go to the other house and see if I can find any clues.
Will you do that? I'm counting on you.
And also, the attaché case in RE4 satisfies my OCD like nothing else. Lining up all my color-coded ammo and getting it all set up just right. You're gonna see when I get to RE4, I'm gonna spend some time in that attaché case. I fucking love that shit. Oh my god, I love that system. That's like one of the things that makes RE4 one of the best games ever, is just the inventory system. Ooh, yeah, a cup of coffee. Do you want me to get a glass of water, Tuna, or do you want caffeine? Well, I can't do coffee, Tuna. So does that mean caffeine? Appreciate the hanging out as always, Machina. Get yourself some rest. Water is probably the healthier option, so caffeine. Okay, cool. Put some black beans in some water and drink that. It's close enough. It sounds kind of gross, Mary. Okay. Reloading the caffeine. What's your favorite green bean soup? Soy vanilla latte? That's funny. That's hilarious, Ondine. The remake, I'll probably go pretty quick, but surprisingly, Tier Extreme, the remake has a lot of surprises. I'm gonna go get healed up before I leave. The remake has some new routing that takes place, and it has redhead zombies. Redhead zombies, they introduced this mechanic in remake where after you kill a zombie, if it's not decapitated or burned, if it's not decapitated or burned, after 3 adjacent region loads, like if you touch a room adjacent to the redhead zombie while it's dead 3 times, it'll reanimate as a redhead zombie, which is like a super, super fast zombie. And I might be mistaken, but I think they allow zombies to move room to room in remake, and it makes routing a bit of a problem. That is a steal tier.
This is Brad. I know you can't answer me, but somehow give me a...
This is Jill. Brad? It's broken.
Cool. Oh, that's kind of gross, Stug. Is it the beaver anal gland that's used for something? Or like beaver anal juice or something? It's something fucking weird. You don't think Crimson has to go room to room? Cool. I'm gonna be back here, so I'm just gonna kill the hunter. Hell yeah, Magnum rounds. Doom Book 1. Medallion is inside. I'll put some bullets in the back room. Use them in case of trouble. Barry. See, and then bam. Get some shotgun shells. Acid rounds. Oh, wait. Time to dump a bunch of stuff in the item box. Used for perfumes because it smells like vanilla. That might be what it is. I got a lot of acid rounds. I'm gonna save it. Let's save it. We don't have to worry about ink ribbons. Used for food flavoring like vanilla. I knew we ate that shit. Tasty. Okay, it's 3. I thought there was RNG to the damage values in this game, but maybe not. Are you talking like play swords or something, Bite? You couldn't think of anything better? Fucking swords, that's a throwback. Fuck yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, dude. Yeah, it's easy to kill the gigantic snake. I don't know if you played this one before, Mike, but this is like the OG Resident Evil. This is we realized this game came out in 1996. Mortar Mike. Resident Evil 1 came out for the original PlayStation. I'm gonna grab it. Right here. Tall box, big boy. This game came out 30 years ago. I was 12. That sounds kind of creepy to say out loud. I was 12 years old when this bad boy came out. We have hilarious trauma with Resident Evil. Haven't touched whatever since. We all have a bit of a I think a little bit of RE trauma. Me and Machina were talking about just as simple as it was the dogs bursting into the windows in the beginning of this game. It's so cheesy by today's standards, and it's so crazy to think that something like that would scare the shit out of a youngster. But oh my God, were we terrified. You were a Nintendo household on Dean? I did a lot of odd jobs, and my mom basically said that if I could do odd jobs and saved up half of the money for a PlayStation for Christmas that year. It was the year PlayStation came out, actually. Like the launch titles were I got Tekken, Twisted Metal. That were the first two games I got for PlayStation were Tekken and Twisted Metal. The third game I got was Ballerina Toshinden. But my mom made a deal with me that if I could actually grind and get half the money for a PlayStation for Christmas, she would pay the other half of the PlayStation because she didn't believe me. Like, I was a kid that was like, look at this. This is what's coming out. This is the PlayStation. And my mom was tech savvy. So my mom was like, look at what happened to the Panasonic 3DO. It went nowhere. Look at that, like, Atari Jaguar. It bombed. Nobody bought it. Like, aren't you so glad that we didn't buy, like, I'm so glad we didn't waste our money on these consoles that went nowhere. It's a gimmick. And I was like, Mom, like, you don't understand. Like, this was a project that Sony was doing with Nintendo. It has a lot of backing. A lot of developers are promising a lot of really good games. They're reducing the prices underneath what Nintendo is charging. Like, there's something going on here. It was like the beginning. Like, I was young, but I was like blossoming and understanding like how the industry worked and where things were going. And I was telling her, like, this is the next thing. Like, there's Super Nintendo, and yeah, Nintendo 64 is going to be cool, but PlayStation is going to be the thing. And then she was like, yeah, if you get half the money for a PlayStation for Christmas, I'll pay the other half of the PlayStation, and you can get a PlayStation for Christmas. So that year when the PlayStation launched, it was like a couple months old. I got a PlayStation, and then I used a bunch of gift cards and stuff that I had, and I scrounged together money, and I got Tekken and Twisted Metal. And those were like my games for like half a year, probably, or even a year, were just Tekken and Twisted Metal. And I got really good at Tekken, really good at Twisted Metal. And then shortly thereafter, it was about 6 months in, I think, I started like caddying, and I could use caddy money to start buying games and stuff and doing other weird odd jobs to make money. And then, yeah, I got Ballerina Toshinden. I'm trying to think of what other big box games. I got D. For anybody that knows D, I got D. That was an interesting big box game. Yeah, exactly, Mike. Having 2 to 3 games was like you felt like you were fucking made. And then, yeah, I think it was like a year or two into the system's life. I think it was a year in, Resident Evil dropped. And then it was like PlayStation was dropping banger after banger after banger. Because shortly after Resident Evil is when they re-released it later as director's cut, was one of the first games to get released in the jewel cases, the small like CD cases. And then it was like after that, everything PlayStation released in the jewel cases. But the big box games, if for anybody that doesn't remember, big box games in the US were $49.99. It was $50 to get a big box game like Resident Evil. But if you when they switched to the small jewel cases, it was $39.99 for a brand new game. So like when Resident Evil 2 dropped, it was a $40 game. When Suikoden dropped, it was a $40 game. When Parasite Eve dropped, it was a $40 game. When Final Fantasy VII dropped, it was a $40 game. And then that was the big competition, was Nintendo 64 charged $59.99 for their games, and Sony charged $39.99 for their games. So at one point, you had a $20 price difference between a 64 game and a cartridge and a PlayStation game at $40. And honestly, if you ask me, that's part of the reason Sony killed Nintendo. Was it was much easier to ask your parents for $40 for a video game, $30 for a video game, than it was to ask with tax. When I got GoldenEye, it was $64.64. That was the easy thing to remember. With tax in my region, a Nintendo 64 game was $64.64. So like Pilot Wings was $64.64. Mario 64 was $64.64, but Crash Bandicoot was $39.99. Yep, exactly, Mike. Sony had a much larger catalog and they didn't charge nearly as much for their games. And that was also the interesting thing, is when you got Mortal Kombats that were crossed across 64 and PlayStation, is you were legitimately getting a better arcade quality game with CD quality audio on the PlayStation for like $20 cheaper. And it was absurd. And it's like, it made it, but it's because discs were easier to make than cartridges.
Jill,
It's really what it was.
Interesting?
Yes, but I can't see very well.
How about going down to check by yourself? I have a rope here.
Oh, do you? Well, then I'll try to go down using
And then the
rope.
problem with Sega
Wait.
is they made the Saturn, and the Sega Saturn is a 2D powerhouse. Sega Saturn handles 2D rendering better than the PlayStation does. Games like Castlevania Symphony of the Night have additional content on the Sega
I've
Saturn
done it.
over
Sorry, Jill.
their
Wait.
PlayStation counterpart.
I'll go and get
The
another
problem was
Barry? Barry?
PlayStation is when we made the shift to 3D. 64 was built around 3D. We made the shift culturally to 3D, and Sega launched the ultimate 2D console at the wrong time. Yep. Hey, Ondine. Exactly, Ondine.
Hey!
Yeah, I knew exactly
there,
what you
Jill?
meant, Ondine.
Grab the
Sega
rope.
Saturn, because but its pixel rendering is immaculate, Ondine. Its 2D spatial
I'm sorry,
rendering
Jill.
is like
I didn't
chef's
know that
kiss.
was going to
and
happen.
and that's why
Sorry.
the
I was
Saturn
really
doesn't
careless.
warble and
you okay,
the
Barry?
PlayStation
Maybe
warbles.
you're getting tired.
And
No,
and you
I'm
have all that
alright.
weird
Don't
warbling and stuff that happens
Jill,
on
I
PlayStation.
found something.
So it's like the Dreamcast just kind of hyper focused its niche in a market that kind of died. And yeah, Saturn has some of the most, like for its era, some insanely beautiful 2D games. Playing like a Samurai Showdown or an SNK game on the Saturn is like arcade quality. Okay, we did this already.
Thank you. I'll take this then.
Myst, Virtua Fighter, Clockwork Knight, Panzer Dragoon. Panzer Dragoon, my man. Remember how it was Soul Edge in the arcade, Soul Blade on PlayStation, and then it became Soul Calibur down the line because of all the licensing conundrums that were happening? So funny. So funny. That's funny, Andy. I think that there are certain graphical styles that are being lost, and certain things like PhysX implementation, like we lost it on GPUs because just people don't use it anymore. What's funny is I think I did this room exactly the same way, and I didn't even try to. Give me them shotgun shells. Oddroll is actually advertised as 2.5D. Descent, one of my favorite advertisements of all time. It was in a buttload of magazines, and it was a catchphrase for the game. There's a game called Descent where you're like in a ship, like a spaceship, but you're like going through tunnel networks and stuff like that, and you're getting into fights with stuff, and the tagline was full 360 3D, which doesn't even like encapsulate the fact that you can move spherically. Like, it says 360 3D, but like, it's weird. It was just the way we talked about and conceptualized gaming was so weird. Oh, 6 Degrees of Freedom was another one on the... I think it is a set amount to kill, maybe. I don't know. No. That was 2 less bullets. I think this was actually an enemy, wasn't it? Guess not. Dude, Desert Strike! Dude, Desert Strike games were super fucking cool. On Super Nintendo and shit, where you used L and R to like turn the chopper and you could like strafe fire and all that cool stuff. No, that was actually a really good game. That was another one too, where it gets better the older you are. You were a Sega kid? I was a Nintendo kid. Then my cousin gave me his Genesis. The cousin that's also epileptic gave me his Genesis. And then, so I had Super Nintendo and Genesis for a while. Then I went to PlayStation, skipping Saturn. Waited on a 64. Got a Saturn much later. Immediately adopted the Dreamcast. Loved my fucking Dreamcast. Adopted the PlayStation later when Silent Hill 2 arrived. GameCube was late. RE4 got me to buy the GameCube, and then I went back and played Metroid Prime. Saturn and Dreamcast are both criminally underrated. I agree, Bite. Big agree. Oh yeah, Vector Man. Vector Man was good times. We also had like Mutant League Hockey and shit too. Streets of Rage is one of my all-time favorite series. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Okay, we read through this. Get some more handgun bullets. That's always nice. And then we see the helipad. Is anybody familiar with the structural necessities for having a helipad on the roof of your building? Weird conversation, but I was driving past the hospital the other night and I saw a helicopter landing on top of said hospital. And I noticed that there's another hospital in my area that has a helipad off to the side of the hospital, and it lands off to the side and then they like cart you to the hospital. And it had me wondering, like, what is required to have how much support do you need to have a helipad on the roof of your building? Oh, the Earthworm Jim? Fuck yeah, Earthworm Jim. You know, it's the inverse. People, I know a lot of people that put Earthworm Jim and Booger Man at the same tier level in quality of game. And I'm sorry if I'm going to burst somebody's bubble, but Earthworm Jim is extremely superior to Booger Man. Extremely superior. Booger Man is way, I mean, Earthworm Jim is a much better game. Yeah, there's some people, I've encountered them where they're like, yeah, man, fucking Booger Man, dude, it's fucking goated, dude. Fucking Booger Man's like the best game ever. It's like, dude, it's just as cool as like Earthworm Jim and shit. It just has the same legacy. No, it does not have the same legacy. Huh. No. Okay. No. Cool. Got the head pop before I took damage. Okay. So I need to get to an item box. I need to get my inventory straightened out. I need to go back for those grenade rounds because that'll help with the later sections of the game. I think... Wait. Just in case I have to kill the hunter. Okay, back in the lobby with a save. I just need 3 solid shotgun shots. Ooh, orange caution. Okay, I'm gonna backtrack and get those grenade rounds. Tank controls make weaving in and around these enemies through these corridors actually a lot easier. Actually have most of the Earthworm gym toys on card still. That's cool. Calling the damsel female character princess, what's her name, is a crazy decision in retrospect. It almost feels like a feminist commentary, but it definitely is not. Yeah, Mike. Imagine having to do this without door skip. And there we go. It's 12 rounds. I can't just leave 12 rounds of explosive ammo sitting in a closet down here. Now we go back. And then we got to take care of the situation with the battery. We're actually getting through, like, I think the first, like, 2/3 of the game. Cool. We are blitzing this. Helmet key. There's another door. I know where the other door is. We're gonna have to investigate that. So I'm gonna put this away just for the time being. So I have some free inventory slots to check out that other. This is where that doorknob breaking is super problematic in Remake. They knew what they were doing when they added that. I was surprised to learn that Doug Tenapa, the guy who created Earthworm Jim, has a lot of nutrition views that really clash with the vibe Earthworm Jim gives off. Yeah, I could totally see that. But honestly, there's a lot of that on Dean. And there's also people with change of minds. And it goes in both directions. Also, what has been viewed as center has also changed over time. Damn, I did not realize they put this many hunters in the game. Nice, I can get rid of it. More magnum ammo. I see the shotgun shells. Thank you for the shotgun shells. Orders. His work and worm. That's hilarious, Ondine. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't make him irredeemable or ruin the games or anything. I like the screen a lot with the hunting trophies. Yeah. Whoop. I meant to read that. Shit. File. Okay, whatever. Do I need to light the fireplace? Huh. 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 I'm already spacing out what I need. Oh yeah, the lighter. Yeah, that is a huge buck. Dude, it's crazy. Like, my buddy who lives in the suburbs, his house butts up against a nature preserve, and you'll be like sitting just like in his house and look out the window, and there'll be like, no joke, like a 12-point buck just staring at you. The most majestic, most beautiful thing in the world, just staring at you. But it's like so close to civilization, you like can't hunt. So like they just like get to roam free and just kind of do their thing. I was actually closer to an item box than I thought. Yep. It'll happen sometimes too where I live, but I'm a little bit too, I'm definitely closer to the city. But I do have some nature areas near me. This is like one of those, I wasn't being too thoughtful. Because it's right here. Okay, so from here, take the lighter back upstairs. I didn't even need the lighter. Okay, so we're gonna head down here and hop in. What's interesting is this doesn't have the... Oh, yeah, there we go, guys. We got the coal python. But, it doesn't have all the warbliness that the original PlayStation version has. Which makes sense. Different renderer. Oh, yeah, I believe it, Ondine. I believe it. Like a retro tink filter or something probably really makes this game glow. We're going to save it now that we got all that situated. I want to say my aunt and uncle have like 28 acres or so down by where they live. If they see a deer, it's a hunter's call on whether to get it when season is on, of course. Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. I have some friends and family that are in regions where I totally situation. But it's just we're so close to the city and suburbia that it's like, yeah, they're pretty. They don't want strays. You people out, hunting that close to like residential neighborhoods and parks and schools and stuff. So it's understandable both ways. It ends up being interesting because we end up with like the most, like, seriously, they would be the most prized of bucks, just like walking down streets, just like not giving a fuck. And it's like, dude, if you were in a different part of the woods, you'd be fucking dead. Come the fuck on. Getting stuck on shit. You'll run into one literally. Yeah, there's a few areas near me too, by where it's like, yeah, if you wanted to, you could go car hunting. I always loved this puzzle when I was younger because this was one of those puzzles where like it lingered in your mind for a really long time where you're like, this has to be a thing. I have to do this here. And it takes a really long time before you get the item to then have to double back for it. And I always thought that was kind of cool. It was like whenever games rewarded you for kind of remembering like things, I really appreciated it. Yeah, it's very simple, but it is very satisfying. Okay, I know things are going to get a bit interesting down here.
Oh, Jill, what good timing. A moment ago, I heard someone's voice coming from this hole. Let's go together since it's dark and we can't see very
Oh yeah,
well.
you do get to see the full FMV event.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, then I'm gonna cover you. Let's hurry. Hey, are you all right? I can go first if you want me to.
I remember the stuff you have to do to make sure Barry doesn't die.
Okay, let's go, Barry. I'm depending on you.
Did I loop all the way around? Yeah, Barry.
Is that Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Wait there! Are you with anybody, Jill?
What? Oh, yes.
They really didn't
Enrico.
figure out how to make a cave look like a cave yet.
So,
Yep.
Barry and Jill together.
Are you all right, Enrico?
Enrico was in Resident Evil 0
The
when we were
stars are
playing it.
doomed. Someone is a traitor. Everything was plotted from the start by Umbrella.
Wesker put that man down. He couldn't have moved because of this injury. He's holding something. Barry is investigating. God. So, for those that don't know, in Resident Evil 1 OG, the hunters, even if you're at maximum health, the hunters have a one shot. So, what I'm actually going to do is put the herbs away because I know I need the inventory slot. The game literally rotates your beheaded corpse at you when you die. Yes. Adds in 420. Thanks for the heads up, Bite. After I get done with this whole thing and we play Resident Evil 9, I might play Killer 7. Because that's the other Shinji Mikami game I really enjoy. It's my... Before Elden Ring on Dean, I would have said Killer 7 was my favorite game of all time. And Elden Ring is the game that makes me hesitate in saying that. And before Killer 7, it was Earthbound. Your Steam name is a Donuts? Dr. A Donuts? And Jeff A Donuts? Fuck yeah, dude. I have Earthbound shirts. Just, I need to do laundry. No, Earthbound was my favorite game. Then Killer 7 was like the game that I played that really made my brain think and like really was like, holy shit, this is like high art. Not only can video games be art, but video games can be like high art. Was Killer 7. And then I enjoy other games. And then later, Elden Ring happened. And for the sheer amount of fun and joy I have playing the game and the amount of time I've put into the game, I think it's easy to argue that it's my favorite game. No, Ondine, and there's a bit more depth to why I really enjoyed Killer 7. Besides it being an absolutely fascinating game, but I was really caught up in the debate of video games being art at the time because a lot of people were being dismissive of games, saying video games can't be art. They're just games to be won or lost, and they have to have all these rules, and the rules have to be understood by the player. And one of the big arguments is Hideo Kojima, Metal Gear, like the GOAT. Hideo Kojima said that video games cannot be art because the way you control a video game has to be it has to be intuitive to the player. The way the game controls and the way you navigate the world, you have to allow that like common sense is true and players can intuit their way through the game. And he brought up this famous sculpture that's called the uncomfortable chair, and it's a chair that's designed to be extremely uncomfortable when you sit in it. So it kind of begs the question of is it even a chair if it's uncomfortable to sit in? And he said that this is why video games can't be art, is because you can't make a video game like the uncomfortable chair. And then I played Killer 7. And Killer 7, I know we just hit the ad break, but Killer 7 is that. Killer 7, in my opinion, is a video game that is the uncomfortable chair. And when I played it, I was like, this is it. This is the game that proves video games are art. Is you can make a game that's an uncomfortable chair and people still just want they're still obsessed by they're still obsessed by it. They're still like enthralled by this uncomfortable experience. And the uncomfortability is part of what makes it. Like if you take out the uncomfortability and you add in the quality of life that people would want in Killer 7, suddenly it's not Killer 7 anymore. And I agree, Ondine. I love it too when video games can do very uncomfortable things. DS2 just requires you to not sit in a normal Dark Souls chair. You have to run it around and sit in it like you're cool. Then it works great. No, yeah, you're kind of right, Mary. It's DS2 is just realizing it's a stool, not a chair. One of those hand chairs that every salon in the 90s had. There's the save point. There's where you need the hexagonal hole. You need the hexagonal crank. So we're going to save it. Give me 1 second. And we're going to continue. I think we're going to get through this little like dungeony area. I'm going to rock out for like 1 more hour. And then I'm going to hand it off around 7 o'clock my time. Give me 1 second and I'll be back and we'll continue this conversation. I drank way too much Mountain Dew today. Okay, I'm back. That was funny though. That was funny though, guys, because it was like the drip, drip, dripping as I was going to the bathroom. I'm like, this is kind of weird. Dark Souls 2 is easily the least comfortable Souls game. It makes you level up a stat to have a decent dodge roll or to not take a month to drink your flask. Yes, it also you lose max health every time you die. It is a rather oppressive game. And I saved it, right? I'm going to save it again just in case. I have unlimited ink ribbons on this playthrough.
Oh, Jill, what good timing. A moment ago, I heard someone's voice coming from this
It does.
hole.
It even in the introductory cutscene, she like kind of breaks the fourth wall. She's like, "You're gonna die over and over and over again, and keep doing this shit without even knowing why."
Okay, then I'm gonna cover you. Let's hurry. Hey, are you all right? I can go first if you want me to.
Okay, let's go, Barry. I'm depending on you.
I'm trying to grab the first aid spray. There we go. Damn straight Barry.
Is that Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Wait there!
I
Are you
usually
with
do
anybody,
off
Jill?
stream on Dean.
What? Oh, yes.
More of the experimental
Enrico.
stuff I usually kind of do off stream.
So, Barry and Jill together.
And sometimes I do it just
Are
because
you all right, Enrico?
with epilepsy and indie games,
The
it's
stars
kind
are
of a
doomed.
rough mix.
Someone
So like
is a
I have to
traitor.
like make sure I
Everything
play
was
a lot
plotted
of
from the
games in
start by
short
Umbrella.
bursts. Especially the 2D games. Like I've been looking at it like a lot of people in the community have been doing Celeste runs recently. Soul asked me if I'd be doing a Celeste run at any point in time, and that's one of those games too where it's like it looks great and I can play it for the most part. There's just like 1 to 5% of the time it's like really shaky. Granted, sometimes I play shit like Legends of Dragoon and it's triggering, so it's whatever. Have you played Lunacid or Dread Delusion? Gotta run to visit a friend at dinner. Oh, rock and roll. Always enjoy the company, Ondine. More Lunacid. It's very good. I really love Lunacid, Ondine. I really love Lunacid a lot. How's the day going, Mary? How's work? Yep, take care, ID. Do what you gotta do. I got a feeling this might clog up my inventory, but let's go. Let's do it. That boss is dead. How do you... I need the knife, but my inventory's full. So I have to like go all the way back. This is kind of funny. What you got to do for yard work? Not to keep you up, but I'm just curious. Mowing? Gotcha. Getcha. What?
Resident Evil.
I'm in shock. I'm in shock, guys. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, dude. Death. I fucking died, Mary. We're gonna play this safe and just kind of probably clear this out. I'm gonna guess I don't need the cranks anymore. Yep, down the ladder. Jones moment. I'm fucking using up a lot of ammo killing out all these hunters, but it's worth it. I made a mistake. I forgot. Last time I went in there, I was full health. That time I was low.
Resident Evil.
It did. I didn't even know spiders could spit in your face. Okay. Boom. Boom. Now I'm in danger. I'm in danger. You want the little ones to go away because they can poison you. Save room. Okay, I'm gonna spend a second doing this, combining all my ammo. That way it's not taking up a bunch of space. And, okay, explosive rounds, I got a bunch I need to still do. Okay. Okay, get another save in. After about an hour with the new headphones, my initial thought is Lumi would absolutely love these. Is it the one you sent me the link for? Bite? Is, how it has been the, like, Bluetooth setup. Because I still need to get Bluetooth antennas. I need to do that because the motherboard I have Wi-Fi antennas and Bluetooth antennas. It's the same fucking thing. So I don't actually have any Bluetooth on my motherboard right now because I need to put the antennas on. But then I put the antennas somewhere and I don't know where they're at. I need the hex crank. I do need to figure out a permanent headset solution though. Oh, so like setting up the primary device went super smooth. How's the audio delay? Is there like no audio delay? Because and you know I prefer over ear. So this could be a thing. This could be a thing I do soon, Bite. Well, then that's nice, Bite. That's nice, then. I need the hex crank. That's the square crank. Okay, that wasn't too difficult. Okay, I thought I might be able to get, like, a better descriptor. I think there is another way to do this, now that I'm thinking about it. There's a hexagonal, so I guess I'm done. I guess I am with that. Every time those snakes fall each other, I kind of do too, Bite. They always bugged me when I was a kid. And what's super worrisome is you can get soft locked. If you get poisoned too many times in a run, you can get soft locked. Because you won't have enough blue herb to wipe away all the poison. Okay, so I think I used that last elevator. Yep. You get the wolf and you get the eagle, and then you put them in there, and then that turns into like the last staircase down to the laboratory. It's welded and does not open. Hmm. Do I have both medallions? And I just don't remember having both medallions? Where is the wolf medallion? I think that's my current conundrum, is I don't have the wolf medallion. A secret room in the tunnels beneath the courtyard. So it's in a secret room down here. I remember like 90% of this game. We do it one more time. I'm pretty sure that's where this is. And then you go to the left and there's a room. Dude, that's what we're doing, Panny. That's what we've been doing today, man. We did 0 last week. We beat 0 last week. Now we're reliving this, Panny. The OG, number 1. Doing a Jill playthrough. We're about to get to the laboratory, Panny. Wolf metal. Okay. Now it's time to get out of here and get to the labs. Yep, Vulcan Ryan knows what's up. Vulcan knows. Dude, Vulcan. Fuck yeah, dude. It ain't RE until you get to you get to Naked Zombie Land. Wait, that's the one I used already. Glorious cutscene. Think of the scientists dealing with the bleep every day just to come to work. Dealing with this shit? You think this is shit, dude? What the fuck you salt, dude? I have been trying to curb how much I swear on stream, but you know me, Panty, we swear a lot. Okay. Door is tightly locked. There's a plate on the right-hand side. Will not open unless under first class emergency. So not a second class emergency. There's a ladder. Will you descend it? Yes. Was there a save spot in there? Nope. There's the third MO disc. Dude, what's up, Loopy? How are you doing today? Naked zombie! Sorry to get excited for your arrival and then immediately get excited about Naked Zombie, but there's just something endearing about the Naked Zombie. Yep, exactly, Stone. Dude, you gotta get excited for the Naked Zombie. Do well. No streams this week with Bite Home. Oh, dear Ada, I wonder who they're talking to. Ada, by the time you read this, I'll be something different. Today's test turned out to be positive. Just as I expected. I feel like going crazy when I think about becoming one of them. Ada, you're not infected, and I hope you never will be. In case you're the last one left, take the material in the visual data room and go to the power room to operate the triggering system before you escape and make all this public through the media. If everything is in order, all the locks can be opened by the security system. You can access the system if you log in with my name from the terminal in the small lab and enter the password. The password is your name. To unlock the door at B2, where the visual data room is located, you'll need to access with our names first and then enter another password. I've written the code below. I'm sure you'll understand it easily, and this is my last hope. If you find me completely changed, please kill me yourself. Password, MAME. Yours, John. Researcher's letter has been filed. John, Ada. There's a switch. Yes. Hell yeah, I'll take the handgun bullets. Hell yeah, more handgun bullets. Tree, apple, man, woman. Naked zombies. zombie come from? Too dark to see anything. Okay, so we got the film, the slides. I remember that's a big, like, lore reveal. Nothing useful. Nothing useful. This computer is used to open the electronic locks. Will you turn it on? Yes. And Ada never did. Nope, she never did. Biggest honeypot. Who is Ada really working for? Exactly, Panny. That's the real question. What do you think happened to the naked zombie's genitals? I think they were still kind of there, Ryan, but they were 2D pixelated and not 3D modeled. What's the password? I think you might be right. I think you might be right, Ryan. That definitely rings a bell. Wait, whoa, whoa. Oh, no. Duh. It might be. I know there's a bunch of passwords here. Facts. General Manager to Sanitation Division. From Special Committee on Disasters, Raccoon Special Research Department. This memorandum is strictly confidential and must be destroyed as soon as it is understood. Regarding the T-virus outbreak, which occurred recently, this committee conducted a field survey. According to the survey results, estimates on the amount of damage caused by the accident are considerably greater than reported earlier. First, although it is very difficult to obtain accurate data in terms of actual numbers, it is thought that more than half of the researchers died after exposure to the T-virus. The body count will most likely increase since nearly all of the survivors show symptoms peculiar to the T-virus. Second, our security system is still in operation. However, our special security guard squad has been nearly destroyed. Because of that, research information considered by our company has to be top secret, has been made available to outsiders. Countermeasures should be taken as soon as possible. Finally, many of the subjects from the experiment have escaped and are out of control. We believe that some researchers were killed by these subjects and their bodies were mutilated. By curious coincidence, these events are proof of the success of our research. However, there is also a very, very high risk that this news may be leaked to the press if we don't act immediately. The condition is very serious. Our operation to cover up the situation is difficult to attain. However, we hope the problem will be solved quickly. We are especially concerned that the state police and stars are intervening too quickly. Dude, Jake! 1 year, dude. Thank you so much for the 1 year. I hope you're doing well, Jake. Intervening too quickly. We need to act on this situation as well. Fax has been filed. We're playing through RE. We're about to be wrapping up today. Excite. 1998. It's a passcode output machine. If I had an MO disk, I could get the code. Nothing special. Most of them are fiction books. So I need an MO disk? Umbrella Incorporated Bioweapon Materials. MA-39 Cerberus is the dog. FI-3 Neptune was the shark. MA-121 Hunter. And the T-002 Tyrant. Foreshadowing. Blank slide. And then a picture. Bioweapons Research Institute R&D staff. And look, Wesker and Barry. Or is it William Birkin? I don't even remember. An intercom. It does not seem to be operative. Lab key. I think I'm gonna, there's a save back here. And I think I'm gonna hit it. And I think this might be where we're wrapping up. Oh wait, there's no save. It's just this. I have an MO disc. Oh, I had the MO disc. We're gonna backtrack a bit. I think we're gonna save it, and I think we're gonna be wrapping it. Except before we get like knee deep in something new. Here we go. Now we can save it. This will let me go for a walk and take care of everything I need to in the evening. Do we have any raid redeems today? And we're about to get hit with an ad. I'm gonna save it in the main slot so there's no confusion. And what's weird about this game is I think I have to Alt F4 it. Judah told me I should go VHF when I do our ER Seamless. It is entirely up to you, Miss Ratchet. But I do enjoy the Bloodhound Fang. I think we're all good. This broke yesterday, so I'm making sure everything is working with audio. Can everybody hear what's going on in the game? I hope everybody heard the screaming. I think they did.
Resident Evil.
BHF is a really fun weapon, and it does a lot of damage. So, like, you never really have to worry too much about the damage problem. The one issue that I will say that the Bloodhound Fang can create in Elden Ring is if you get the Bloodhound Fang early and you do a playthrough with it, it's very difficult to switch to other weapons because you feel like you're leaving something good behind. Because you'll be like, well, why would I use that when my Bloodhound Fang is a +5 or whatever it may be? And the Bloodhound Fang, it's a really strong weapon. Yeah, if you like the big sword bonk, like if you like the, because I noticed you're using the Exile's Curved Greatsword in DS3, which is one of my favorite weapons in the game. The Curved Greatsword class is definitely my favorite archetype for a weapon. Oh, we're doing good, Grim. We're doing good, dude. I'll say there's some shit going on, but I'm kind of just learning to ignore it. I know that was a weird left turn out of nowhere, but it was like one of those, like, you know me, I try to be like, that's the thing, I'm too honest. So like, you're asking how I'm doing. It's like, I'm doing great, but to be honest, I am thinking about some shit. Yeah, it is what it is. Life happens, Grim. Life happens. And sometimes it just takes some time to figure things out. So I'm not like too overall worried about a like situation, but it just, it's always upsetting when people don't get along, you know, Grim. Okay, so we have the lab key, we have an MO disc. It was saying I need an MO disc if I have the password. And Kafuffin is raiding in. Dude, Fuff. Thank you, Grim. And holy shit, guys. Welcome in, everybody. I am the Luminoth. I speedrun Elden Ring, and apparently I'm going to start doing a lot of variety. We are doing a Resident Evil franchise playthrough. We started with Resident Evil 0, and we are on the OG, the original Resident Evil, and we're doing a Jill playthrough. And as soon as we're done with the Jill playthrough, we might speedrun today. I know Fuff was up to the blood level 4. You were working your way towards, when I was watching, you were working your way towards, I think it was the Living Failures. Am I wrong? And welcome in, Link Retro. Welcome in, Crimson Sloth. Nemesis of Fun. I don't know how I feel about you, Nemesis of Fun, because I like fun. I'm a promoter of fun. Fly High Society. Welcome in. It's going good, Fly High. We're doing pretty good today. We just kind of started up, so I'm still kind of waking up today. But we started up last week. We started a Resident Evil franchise playthrough where we're going to start at 0 and work our way all the way to 9. I have not played 8 and I have not played 9. So I was like, well, let's play 8 on the way to 9. We'll see how it goes. We'll see, you know, we'll just play through it. We'll get caught up on the story. We'll be able to move into 9. And then chat was like, well, why don't you just play through all the Resident Evils? So we started talking about like what constitutes all the Resident Evil games. So we're going to do all the numbered entries. We're going to include Code Veronica, and we're going to do the remakes. And we're going to do the remakes after the originals. So like after I finish this game, I'll probably finish it today. We're gonna go to remake the RE1 remake tomorrow, and then after RE1 remake we go to RE2, then RE2 remake, then RE3, then RE3 remake, so on and so forth, all the way through 9. Oh, dude, Fuff, the dudes with the IV stands are the worst. And they just scream in your face the entire time they're beating you to death. And it's not pleasant. They are kind of easy to parry when they go for their attack spams. You can just kind of shoot into their attack spam a couple times, and usually you can get a parry. But sometimes they're just super problematic. Mystique, 1987. For one, great year. That was the year my wife was born. 2, great music year. And Mystique is also a really cool character. I hope you're having a good one. But yeah, so we're going to play through some Resident Evil. And yeah, did you finish any bosses today? Fuff? Because I don't think you started on Ludwig today. OG RE4 is my favorite Flying High Society, or Fly High Society. The immediate one-shot at BL4, I believe it. I have not done a BL4 run on Bloodborne yet. I've soul level 1'd all the other games. I've done rune level 1, all bosses. I have not done blood level 4 yet. I probably should, because I've been watching a lot of people do it, and I feel like I should probably practice it just to see what it's like, so I can like relate. Yeah, got Ludwig finally. Nice, because dude, Ludwig is a pain. I think phase 2 is easier than phase 1. I think Ludwig, great Malekith. I think Great Malekith is Ludwig again. And I think the same thing kind of goes where you've got a real spastic phase 1 and then kind of an easy to read and telegraph phase 2. And 110 stream streak from Fuff. Holy shit. And what's up, Ondine? Okay, cool. So I'm going to start running around in this game. So we're not just sitting here at the, typewriter. So we have worked our way to the lab. What is your favorite boss in Bloodborne? I'm kind of known for my unpopular picks. Amygdala is one of them. I really like Ludwig. And probably Gehrman. I'm kind of confused as to where I'm at. I gotta remember where the hell I'm at. Amygdala is very left field, but valid. Dude, we're doing great, Gordo. How are you doing? The thing I would say about Amygdala, the big thing I would say with Amygdala is the music. The music, the visuals, and like what it is and what it represents. Because it's an amygdala. And the amygdala is the part of your brain that has to deal with like fear, fight or flight, and like all of those things. So it's like really cool that like the home of the sensation of fear is a boss in Bloodborne. And it's like the heart of the nightmare realm. And like there's so much cool stuff going on with Amygdala, and Patches is involved, and it's just really cool. Yes, exactly. Fuck, and there is a little bit of silliness going on in the fight too. I agree. There is a little bit of silliness going on, and I love it. There's like a little bit of absurdity. Yep, Patches the spider. It is an annoying area, Mystique, but like for it's like lore importance, it's like super cool. Okay, so we are playing the new GOG version of Resident Evil. This is the original 1996 Resident Evil. Slightly glowed up, not crazy. They added door skip amongst a few other features. They also restored the Japanese difficulty in the game. So they did a lot to like update it, but it's still a 1996 video game, as you can tell. What's up, Vitasynth? We got naked zombies. I'm gonna die. Yep. And then he eats her butt. It's going great. Well, that naked zombie's eating lunch, Phytosynth. But no, it's going good. I just have to get back into the mindset of it. It's such an older game. Oh man, I never thought about that. They do kind of look like the ghouls from Zelda. It's crazy to think that this game was going head to head with Zelda. Like, that's the time frame. Like this and Nintendo 64 were going like head to head. Nice, Raven Star. Everybody was huge Zelda fans on Dean. Okay. So now we're back in the lab. I think naked zombies respawn. I think that might be the issue, is naked zombies respawn. They developed some of the GBA Zelda games for that's cool. What's up, Belthio? Thanks for the quick hello. I know there's the one spot, and they're like, if you had an MO disc, you could get a password. Okay, not this room. Is this it? Is this it? Have any of you guys seen, there's a Weird Al Yankovic movie called UHF, and there's a funny scene where there's a guy sitting on a bench and he's blind and he's trying to solve a Rubik's Cube. If I had an MO disc, I could get the code. Use. You've seen it? Nice, Ondine. Passcode 01. I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son. Okay, so we got rid of that MO disc. Okay, we got one of the passcodes. So that's probably what we're doing, is we're looking for all the MO disc terminals. Did we do this already? I think we did. Excite, what's up, Brandon? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry, somebody buzzed me to let me know about a package. Tree, apple, man, woman. I forget how that actually plays a role in things. Little did I know, me renting UHF from Blockbuster would lead to Capcom making ink ribbons mandatory in Resident Evil games, but I have no regrets. Okay. Lab key. Yes, we'll discard. Okay, so there's a red herb. There's some shotgun shells. Okay, we got a box puzzle. Jill does. There's a trophy for Resident Evil 0 for pushing a box with Rebecca. And I was like, okay. Yes, we will enter the air shaft. Yes, we will take Magnum rounds. I have so many Magnum rounds. We're ready to go for that Tyrant fight. Oh, there's another MO. Okay, we get the other MO disc. What's up, Bouncy? Oh yeah, you were first 2 days in a row. Congrats, Bouncy. How you doing? It's crazy to see how far Resident Evil has come. Yes, Bouncy. 30 years ago, this is the beginning. Like, we played 0 before, but this is the beginning. And what's up, Tier Extreme? Welcome in, guys. For those rating in, I am the Luminoth. I speedrun Elden Ring, and I play a bit of Resident Evil, apparently. So we are going through an entire Resident Evil franchise, and we played through Resident Evil 0, and now we're moving on to the original 30-year-old 1996 Resident Evil. I know that this game is probably older than some people in chat, and that's okay. But it makes me feel pretty old, having been somebody who was there at 12 years old, who got to experience this game when it came out for the first time. And this game literally changed the industry. Like, overnight, Resident Evil clones started popping up everywhere. And survival horror became a staple genre in video gaming. It was around beforehand with games like Alone in the Dark, but really got propelled to the spotlight with Resident Evil. Yep, this is the one that started it all. Yes, the 3 original Alone in the Dark games on Dean are really good. And thanks for this 3-stream streak, Link Retro. Dude, any streak of any size means something, because I've done a deep dive into what it takes to maintain streaks and how they're calculated, and it's actually kind of a lot of work. We're going to combine our Magnum rounds. I'm like done up, so I'll be able to go like bazooka Magnum for the final boss. And honestly, I think you just need to wait out the clock. And dude, Bouncy, you're a legend for it. Had no idea you're my age. Okay, can't type apparently. Oh, Nameless, we're the same age. I've started to notice that, like, I thought I was a bit old for the Twitch demographic, and I'm starting to realize that, like, no, I'm in a sweet spot on the older side. What's up, Moon? They should give it to Night Dive. Dude, that is like, yep. That's a yep. That's a big yep on Dean. The one thing I will say, though, is at one point in time, Capcom was putting out some of the best remake. Oh, are you saying Alone in the Dark? Yes, Alone in the Dark. Give it to Night Dive. Yeah, you were 13 when this came out. The youngs are coming around to Twitch. They are on Dean. There's a lot of us on here, and it's kind of cool because we're using it to kind of connect and share in a way that is super fucking cool. What's up, Lusty Bard? It's going great. We're going through the OG. The OG. I often compare streaming to when we were kids. I don't know if everybody had this experience when you were growing up, but when I was growing up, you had different kids in the neighborhood with different video game systems and different games, because you only got 1 or 2 games a year. So like you would have, like, Stevie was really good at Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. You'd have Roger, who had Streets of Rage 1 and 2. You had Danny, who had a Super Nintendo with Street Fighter 2. You would like go to different people's houses, and let's use some newer games, like, you know, so like you'd have Carlos with like a PlayStation, and he would have like Tekken, and then you would have somebody else, you know, and you would like go from house to house, friend to friend, enjoying different video games. But at their house, they were like the GOAT. They were him. When you went to Stevie's house and watched him play Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest, he could beat that game in a single sitting. And all the kids would sit on the couch and be like, oh my God, let's watch Stevie beat Castlevania super fucking fast. And then you'd go over to somebody else, and then you'd beat the crap out of each other on Street Fighter. But the kid who owned the game never gave up the controller, because it's loser passes. And he's the GOAT. He owns the game. He's the GOAT. He just whoops everybody's ass. So like, I see Twitch as the same way. I see Twitch as the exact same way. And instead of going to different houses, you're going to different channels, and each channel has, it's like Stevie and his specialty. So you can go to like Lumi and catch some Elden Ring speedruns and a little bit of other gaming. I can go to Fuff and catch some like action adventure character action games like a Kazan or a Bloodborne or a Dark Souls, and I can enjoy some good conversation. I can go to Grimspace and catch a Sekiro speedrun or a Liza P hitless run. I can go to all these different places. I can go to like, and then there's other ones where it's less about the game and more about the social experience. Because there were those kids' houses where it was where the party was at. They sucked at games, but it was where the party was at. So you'd go to their house to hang out. So like you'd have those people too. And I feel like Twitch is just that in like a global digital space where you can just go to anybody's house and just vibe and hang out and have a good time. What's up, Freedoms? Exactly, Ondine. Exactly. Okay, so we got to go down. I'm going to grab one of these, I think, because I can mix it with a red down there. Well, I don't need to do this again. Thanks for coming back in, Mary. Thanks for the shout outs. You're new here, by the way, after a 90 streak. I love it. I love it, Moon. I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. And the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies. Okay, so we have the second passcode. And that's a decapitated zombie. And we have a save room. That Bible quote would be a good one to read to welcome new followers. Dude, the save music in this game is priceless, Nameless. I'm like almost worried the amount of goosebumps I'm gonna get from playing RE2, because RE2 has some of the best save music. We're gonna save it. RE4 did have some good save themes. I think this theme even comes back in RE4. I remember when I was a kid, like when I would do like some drawing or doodling or writing, or I'd be working on like a tabletop RPG campaign or something, sometimes I would turn on my PlayStation and I would turn on my TV and I would just boot up a save in a save room, and I would just like work while listening to this. What's your favorite boss of a Resident Evil game, Flying High? It's a good question. Honestly, most of the bosses come down to visual design. Like, you've got Mr. X, but like, I'm really kind of thinking William Birkin at the end of a B-side campaign when he's just completely engulfed the train car. As weird as it is, there's something just so fucking awesome about that. That whole part at the end of RE2 on a B route, and you have to fight William Birkin as he's just like the big tyrant blob, or is that Mr. X as the big tyrant blob at the end? Man, it's been so long. Point being, RE2. Do I play chess by chance? I did when I was younger. I haven't played chess in an extremely long time. That's cool, Nameless. Yeah, after I play this, I'm doing Remake, and then after Remake, we're doing OG RE2. And Vulcan Ryan, one of my moderators, he speedruns RE2 OG. I think I saved it. Congrats, Doug. Fly high, that is exactly what I am doing. Those are the worst enemies. Those are the worst enemies. There's a reason they put a save right here. Because the enemies in this room are awful. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. Thank you for being a friend. Worst enemy in the game. There's a reason they put a save right there. Fly High Society, thank you for the follow. You have not played the one that just came out? Same, Fly High. I have not played 8. I have not played 9. I have not played the entirety of 2 Remake, and I have not played 3 Remake or 4 Remake. So those I'm going to really enjoy. I was a diehard Resident Evil fan up until 6. 5 made me very nervous, and 6 was like, dude, you're done with this franchise. And then 7 brought me back in, and then 8 came out the same month as Returnal. And I'm sorry, but I bought Returnal instead of Resident Evil 8, and I loved Returnal every second of it. So I never got around to playing Village. And then now that 9 is out, I need to play Village. And that's kind of what prompted the whole run through the whole franchise. Is it was like, well, if I'm going to play through a bunch of the other games to catch up, I might as well just play through everything. RE7 is your first one. I really enjoyed RE7. I liked how RE7 kind of brought it back to the horror roots. You're streaking? Ew. I don't know if you're ewing the streaking, but freedom. Freedom. Yeah, RE6 is the one on this playthrough. I'm not worried about it because I know it's not a difficulty thing. I know it's just a taste thing of actually getting through the game. Hey, what's up, Ryan? How are you doing today, dude? I was just talking you up about how you speedrun RE2. I've been thinking about, after doing some hard grinding on Elden Ring, picking up a chill run. Just for something to do. A bunch of jump scares. There's a lot of jump scares and just tension in general in that game. Yep, we were just talking about you, Ryan. Bad dude. And what's up, Callie? You did appear like Beetlejuice. Vulcan Ryan, Vulcan Ryan, Vulcan Ryan. We're at the part that is like the most annoying segment of the game. What were these enemies even called? And through your offspring, all nations on earth will be blessed because you have obeyed me. It's a triggering system activator. It's quite big. Power connection switch. The elevator panel is off. Will you connect it? Yes. The power for the elevator is activated as the power supply and the circuits have been connected. Okay, give me 1 second before I run out here and face the spiders again. You know what, actually, so the music changes, and it's not so annoying. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I got a lot going on this afternoon. That was FedEx. You think these enemies are called buttholes? What about Evil Within? Dude, Fly High, Evil Within is really good. Thanks for letting me know there's an ad coming soon, Ryan. And there is indeed an ad coming soon. So I have to backtrack.
Jill! Jill, you're here too.
Yes, you're here too?
Look, I lost my way.
Let's get going.
Did I do this? I might have done this like in the wrong order.
Wesker,
You did a fine job, Barry.
just as I thought.
I think you should stay away from Barry, Jill. I hear that his wife and 2 daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell
Barry
him.
is a good dude, Moon.
You are so cruel.
Well, you don't have to worry about anything, because you'll be free.
Have you
from
ever
this
seen the
world
bad
very
ending
soon, Jill.
on this game where Barry dies?
Destroy stars.
That's Umbrella's intention. This laboratory has been engaging in dangerous experiments, and recently an accident has occurred. Anyway, this disaster cannot be made public.
That's why having stars nosing about
That's adorable,
is
Moon.
so inconvenient. So you're a slave of Umbrella now, along with these virus monsters.
I think you misunderstand.
It's
me,
been
Jill.
pretty good,
To
Fly.
me, the monsters you mention mean nothing. I'm going to burn all of them together with this entire laboratory. I must complete my mission as ordered by Umbrella.
Yeah,
Barry,
agreed, Moon.
go
It's
up on
not
the ground
canon.
and wait there.
Barry,
So, if you go through the game a
Barry's
certain
such a-
way,
He'll be under the control of Umbrella for
you don't build a bond with
Both
Barry,
Umbrella and
and then
you
Barry doesn't
intimidate
really
him
have
by
anything
taking his family
attached to live
hostages.
for, and he
Umbrella?
kind of just mopes
Well, I
around and ends up
intimidated him,
getting
but
killed
it had
halfway
nothing to
through the
do with
game.
Umbrella.
Or
I
you
just
can
used
also
him for
have
my
it to where I
personal
think he gets
purposes.
attacked
Though
by
both you
the
and Barry seem
tyrant
to
and
think I
doesn't
was following
recuperate.
orders from Umbrella.
You can also,
you're
there's like a couple
planning
ways to
something
set it
else?
up where Barry ends
If
up
you
dying
succeeded in
during the
developing
playthrough.
The world's most powerful biological weapon, what would you do? What if you were in charge?
You must stop this now.
You're a brave girl. But if I were you, I wouldn't give
Wesker-
up such a big discovery.
Global saturation.
No one understands.
He's a diva
its
in
real
every game,
value.
Ondine.
So you're going to steal
That's what
all
makes
the
Wesker
research?
Wesker.
Better yet, I'm going to show you the tyrant.
What's up, Yus?
Barry,
Sorry, Jill.
how is your family?
I was listening to what you and Wesker were talking about. I wish I realized it earlier. I thought it must have something to do with Umbrella, you know.
Yeah, because you can actually get it to where Wesker does
masterminded
escort you
by
in at
him.
gunpoint and takes you into the lab.
Anyway, let's get out of this house first.
Jill,
Yes, what?
do you have any idea what Wesker was going to show you at the back of this place?
Well, he was talking about the world's most powerful biological weapon, called Tyrant or something, I think.
Do you think we could see Tyrant now?
Barry, you're so optimistic.
It would look bad for Stars if we let such a dangerous creature run loose.
Maybe you're right. Let's go then.
Yep, I might die. And 5, I might have to snooze on bite.
Can a creature like this really be the ultimate biological weapon?
There we go. I got it. I got it, bite. I appreciate you asking. I got it.
Tyrant is not completely developed.
But we can't let it live. That must be the computer for monitoring this creature.
What's up, Soul? How are you doing today?
Damn you!
It can't control what it does.
I like how they give you 15 handgun bullets. Like that's supposed to like change the outcome of this fight. Did I just handgun the tyrant?
Barry? Barry?
Stars.
You're alive.
Forced to do adult things instead of playing Sekiro all day. It's hard life. It is a hard life, Soul. Dude, I have been watching you get through Sekiro, and it's really fun. I just really enjoy watching that game in general. I saw you were dealing with the Snake Eyes gun dude on the way to Gunfort, and that fight is such a pain in the ass.
What happened to Wesker?
The triggering system has now been activated.
Someone else take your adult card.
Wesker must have set it off. There's not much time left for us.
Are we just children in like flesh mechs? Like adult mechs? I was kind of talking about this like the other day, where it's like, have you ever had it where you can like look at someone, just like anybody, and you can like see the 10 to 12-year-old in their face, in their body, like their body language, in their actions. But then it's like there's this weird adult filter that's like layered on top of it, where they are like, you know, filtering that child through to act like a adult. It's like Meet Dave. Nice, Saul. With the demon bell. Yep, I remember that. I remember Meet Dave. Do I go save it? No. I have to run for the MO disc room, don't I?
Oh, Jill!
Oh, Chris! So you're okay?
Yeah, you too. What happened to Wesker?
Let's talk about it later. Let's get out of here.
I was watching Eddie Murphy do a James Brown impersonation in front of James Brown, in front of a live audience. And Richard Pryor was in the audience, and Richard Pryor was laughing. And I was like, if Richard Pryor is laughing at your impersonation of James Brown, you won. Like, you just won at life. He did bite.
Let's go.
Yes, Cosby impression is still peak. I think I have to use a item box. What type of rounds do you think work best? Acid? Did I burn through like all my explosive rounds? Oh, there they are. 24 explosive rounds. How many acid ones do I have? 18? Do I just put the shotgun away? Because what I could do is this.
The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation. The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation. The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation.
That's it, right? Now save it.
The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately.
I think we're about to beat this, guys.
Unlock all rooms for evacuation.
Oh, rock and roll, fly high. Get yourself some rest. Sorry I missed that. I was kind of in the zone.
Has now been activated.
Here we go.
All researchers and guards should take cover.
Oh, yeah. Cup of coffee, yeah.
Unlock all rooms for evacuation.
How you doing, Machina?
The triggering system has now
Wait, is this the wrong elevator?
been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation. The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation. The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation. The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation. The triggering system has now been activated.
Yep, now we're all together.
All researchers and guards should take cover immediately.
This is Brad.
Unlock
Running
all
out of
rooms
fuel.
for evacuation.
Hey, my day at work today, 11 years is over. Kind of weird starting my new job on Monday. Holy shit, Machina.
System has now been activated.
Congrats.
Researchers and guards
I hope you're making a very big positive.
all rooms for evacuation.
Are you kidding me? Dude,
The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation.
you see that horse shit? I gotta say, that's kind of some developer horse shit right there.
All researchers and guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation. The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation.
Hurry!
The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards
They knew what they were doing.
immediately. Unlock all rooms for evacuation.
Oh, nice. Nice, Machina.
System has now been activated.
That's cool, Machina, if you were headhunted. That's it sucks to be your former employer because you got pilfered, but at the same time, it means that you have value. And it's nice knowing you have value.
Ladies first. Go first, Jill.
But Chris...
Give me a chance to play nice guy.
Okay, I'll leave it up to you. See you at the heliport. And guards should take cover immediately. Unlock all...
Here we go, guys. The final boss. What's up, Gandalf?
Now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately.
I always love the tension of how the clock is just always going. But it's somewhat irrelevant, because if I remember correctly, he always drops the rocket launcher, I think when you have like 30 seconds left. You can speed it up by doing damage. What really made this fight hard on the original PlayStation was the lack of auto aim. There is last minute, or maybe I did enough damage with the Magnum. Okay, then. Oh my God! That kind of caught me by surprise. Chris and Jill. And Barry Burton. Yep, we left that paradise, Machina. We got a flight. Got the fuck out of there. What's up, Komodo Komodo? Don't say that when Soul's around. Oh my god, since Northern Lion? Dude, Northern Lion is the GOAT, Komodo. I take that as a high compliment. Nice, Komodo. I appreciate it. How are you doing, Komodo? We just beat Resident Evil Jill playthrough. I actually love him, Komodo. I'm old enough to where it's like it's I don't think about it. I don't think about tank controls. They just happen. Oh, thanks for the shout outs, Machina. Shinji Mikami. Nope, this is the OG Steam release, Komodo. GOG has been going back. Capcom has been letting GOG games do updates to all the Steam versions. And yeah, I did see that there's a new RE movie trailer. That sounds tasty, Stug. This is Jill. This is Jill, Komodo. Welcome to RE1. Because Jill is blonde. Jill's like, now I can go back to being a young single girl. Not quite, because her life goes to shit. Jill needs to learn how to draw her eyebrows. It was 1996, Bite. It was 1996. This is Street Fighter. Oh, yep. I get it now. I get it. And now I've got the special key. Yep, 30 years, Komodo. We talked about it quite a bit. I have the OG big box disc copy over here, Komodo. But for convenience sake and stream sake, we played the the OG Windows release, but updated by GOG Games. GOG added a bunch of features baked in, like door skip. They patched in the Japanese difficulty settings. And all that stuff. That's like my actual copy from being a kid, Komodo. I just never got rid of it. That's my copy of Twisted Metal. The G in GOG stands for GOAT. It does. It does.